Recording in progress.
Good evening. Tonight is a regular City Council meeting, Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson, Councilmember Fahey.
Here.
Mayor Lay.
Yes. Here.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Here.
Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
All right. You join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The third agenda item is executive session. It's a performance review of officials. Excuse me. It's a performance review of officials appointed by the City Council under Louisville Charter, Section 5.2b. The authorized topics include discussion of a personnel matter involving employees directly appointed by the City Council. Also under CRS Section 24.6.4024F. I'm requesting the City Council convene an executive session for the purpose of discussion of annual performance evaluations of the municipal judge, prosecuting attorney, and city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted on the meeting agenda, the mayor is requesting an executive session for discussion of annual performance evaluations of the municipal judge, prosecuting attorney, and city attorney pursuant to Section 5-2B of the city's Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 24.6.4024F. Prior to entertaining any motion, the interim, or I guess we have our interim Deputy City Manager serving as our city clerk this evening, will read a statement required for the city clerk to be read by the city code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business in meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or make any final decisions. It is the duty of each council member to ensure executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the city council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. Where federal or state law requires the information being discussed remain confidential, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the city council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy, legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2B of the Home Rule Charter authorizes an executive session for the purpose of reviewing the performance of employees directly appointed by the City Council. An executive session for this purpose is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 24.6.4024F of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The request involves evaluations for the municipal judge, prosecuting attorney, and city attorney, who are all employees directly appointed by the City Council. With that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session for consideration of performance reviews and evaluations.
I move to go into executive session for the purpose of consideration of performance review of employees directly appointed by the City Council, and that the executive session include City Attorney Kathleen Kelly, except for the portion regarding the performance review of the city attorney.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman?
Yes.
Okay, executive in cases of executive session, our city charter, I believe, and the ordinances require that the motion must be approved by at least 2/3 of the entire council and at least 5 votes. We have 5 votes tonight. So we are now adjourned into executive session. Thank you. Okay, it is now 7:01, and we have returned from executive session. The next item on the agenda is the report of discussion, direction, annual evaluations of municipal judge, prosecuting attorney, and city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I brought up the wrong meeting. Okay, Mayor and Council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for evaluation and performance review of employees and officials appointed by the City Council. And the City Council did discuss annual performance reviews of the municipal judge, prosecuting attorney, and city attorney.
Thank you. I want to make a motion on the approval of the agenda. I move to approve the agenda with one exception. We have the Youth Advisory Committee here, or Youth Advisory Board, on as item 10B, and frankly, I think we ought to move that right up to, right after the approval of the agenda, so we can hear what they have to say and let them do what I know that they need to do, because they've been waiting patiently. So that's my motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Right? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. First of all, I want to apologize for the delay. What we were doing was a really important work, but we recognize that we kept you waiting, and I'm sorry that kind of occurred the way it did. So, welcome, and it's nice to see you all. There is a presentation that you all are going to make. Is that correct? All right.
We don't have to.
And maybe before you do the presentation, if you could introduce yourselves, that would be great.
It's on there. Yeah. Hi, everybody. We are the Louisville Youth Advisory Board. I'm Senna Williams. I'm the chair. I'm Soren Firestein. I'm the vice chair.
I'm Hazel Van Zale, and I'm a member.
As the board, we create annual projects. One of this has been the Pet Mayor campaign, which we ran in 2023 and are hoping to bring back again in 2025. We also volunteer a lot around the city at local organizations, including but not limited to the Sweetheart Dance.
Okay, so our project this year, we're hoping, is the our second pet mayor election. Our vision and our goal for this election, our vision is to bring positivity to the community. We want to possibly promote animal and pet-related organizations. This can include the Humane Society. And we want to create an experience that will unite the community, so kids and adults. It worked really well in our last project, so we're hoping to kind of bring back that sense of community. And then our mission statement is a fun and casual election to bring a sense of community and positive energy to the citizens of Louisville.
The role of the pet mayor is that it serves as a mascot to the city of Louisville, just as a cute little fluffy guy that you can call your mayor. It's an important pet. That's fun. And it acts as a leader. It leads the annual pet parade, and we're hoping to include the pet mayor in more events this year. And then the pet mayor is also a good friend, and they will promote animals and pet charities and other organizations.
The timeline that is on the slideshow has been updated since, because one of the people that's helping us create this timeline, Jennifer Cross, is going to not be available for the beginning, so we've got to push back about a month from what it says on there for everything. But the idea is that we'll open submissions for pets in late February and have most of the voting in March and April. And the winner will be announced in May and sworn in, hopefully, during that same time. We're also hoping to have a couple of little events with our current pet mayors to sort of hype up this new pet mayor election, including like maybe having them show up at Winter Skate this month. Yeah, the goal here is that it's really like it connects the city more than any of our projects in the past have, and we've gotten more interaction from it than we have with anything else. So it's a really great way to get the whole community involved in something we're doing and something related to animal healthcare, and it's just a very important project to us. That is our slideshow.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. What we normally do right now, as you probably know, is council usually ask the presenter for, if there's questions that they have. So I'm going to ask other members of council if they have questions for you. Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. Are the current pet mayors term limited?
Yes, their term has been limited to 2 years, and this is the end of those 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
This question may be more for staff, but I continue to love and support this idea. I think it's a really unique thing that we do in Louisville, and now that we're starting to build up our communications more, is staff going to be working with this group to see if we can more broadly advertise this really great event? I'm not thinking just for the election part, but I'm thinking more of once the next pet mayor is selected, this is a really great thing our community does, right?
Thank you. That's something that we've been working with the marketing team on ways to engage the pet mayor and what would be most appropriate to do that. So the Youth Advisory Board definitely would like to see them out and about. So you hopefully have seen them down at the farmers market wearing their cute little bandanas, and we'd like to see some other opportunities too.
Great. Sounds like you have a plan to amplify this even further, so thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay. Now it's time to take public comment. If there are folks, looks like there aren't any in the gallery here, but, and I don't know if anybody is on, looks like we do have some people online. Do we have any requests for public comment? Okay. So we take it back to council questions and comments. Any other comments? Yes, Council.
I'll just add my thanks and say this is terrific, and it's probably too late tonight, but I hope we can add the same level of puns to future council communications from our staff. So please take note. This is the level of pun. This is the new high water mark.
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to all of you guys. It was such a great idea when you did this the first time, and I'm so happy you all want to keep doing it. I agree. I think this is major kudos for Louisville, and you all deserve a big pat on the back and a scratch on the neck. So thanks so much.
Ouch. My dog Millie, who's a Bichon, has really appreciated, somewhat begrudgingly, the pet mare piece because I've barred her from, running. I think it's a conflict of interest, and but no, I really appreciate your doing this. I know from the presentation that you made earlier to us in 2024 that this was something that you really, and the board really enjoyed doing the last time. I think, we have a lot of serious stuff and put on a serious face for a lot of things. And this is actually, it's serious in its own right, that community pride and fun is actually really important, and we forget that sometimes. That's a really important piece of our community fabric, and thanks for being a part of it, and thanks for adding your design to it, and thanks for keeping the, the puppies on the paper and bringing them back every 2 years to review this. Thanks. I don't think there's a motion or anything like that. I think my understanding is you're making the presentation to us. It sounds like we all have told you we really enjoy it and love it, and good luck. And we're really going to look forward to hearing who the next mayor is. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is public comments, on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. And I don't see anybody here. And do we have any comments or requests for comments? All right. Next is a motion or a consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Council informational comments and committee reports. I wanted to start myself with a pretty happy announcement, I think. We had a special council meeting last night, and the city council met in executive session to review confidential application and materials submitted by applicants for the city manager position, which, as many of you know, is open right now. It is being, we have a capable interim city manager, and really appreciate her work, and we're looking forward to filling the city manager position. There was consensus among council members to keep 4 applicants in the pool for further consideration. Since they were not yet finalists, these 4 applicants were referred to only by number in order to preserve the confidentiality of their application materials. I am very pleased to announce that the city's recruiter has confirmed that all 4 of the applicants remain interested in the city manager position and are now officially considered finalists, so we can share their names. Jay Harrington, Diana Langley, Sarah Ott, and Jason Rogers. City staff will be sending out a press release, and you can look for information regarding the finalists on the city's website in the coming days. Please save the date for a public meet and greet with the finalists, which will be, I'm not sure we have a site for that yet, do we? Rec Center via Appia on January 20th. And yes, it was at the Louisville Recreation and Senior Center. Okay, 22nd, not the 20th? Okay. All right. Okay. And if other council members have any comments to make, they can, but other committee reports or comments? I believe Councilmember Hefner went to a meeting this morning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I attended the Commuting Solutions Northwest Metro Mayor's Caucus. I'm getting the name of that right. Legislative breakfast this morning. There are a number of excellent speakers on transportation projects in Colorado, including Northwest Rail and the current status of that and plans to complete Northwest Rail, the Mountain Rail project up through Winter Park and ultimately reaching Steamboat Springs and Craig, various road improvement projects, pedestrian improvement projects. And I have somewhere handouts from that meeting if anybody would like to see them.
Good. Thank you. Any other council comments or committee reports? All right. Next is city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report tonight.
The next item is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day proclamation. And would a council member like to read that for, Councilmember Cooperman?
Thank you. All right. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day Proclamation, January 2025. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to the advancement of civil rights and public service, and believed in a nation of freedom and justice for all, and challenged all citizens to live up to the purpose and potential of America. And whereas a guiding principle for Dr. King's work was nonviolence, once considered the highest form of activism and radical change, which in its basic truth is the way to transform unjust systems and broken relationships. And whereas Dr. King declared, "We shall not relinquish our privilege and our obligation to love. This is the only way to create the beloved community," outlining his vision for beloved community as one in which our global community practices justice, peace, love, and connection. And whereas Dr. King and the activists of the civil rights movement risked and sacrificed their lives to transform public policy from segregation to integration, resulting in the repeal of state laws mandating racial segregation in the South, known as the Jim Crow laws, the passage of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and other anti-discrimination laws aimed at ending economic, legal, and social segregation in America, and leading to Dr. King winning the Nobel Peace Prize on December 10, 1964. And whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is an opportunity for us to recognize his teachings in seeing the commonality of our dreams, our hopes, and our fears, the threads, truth, and dignity that binds together as human beings, and to encourage each citizen to take part in service that will benefit our communities and neighborhoods. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Louisville City Council hereby proclaims January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and recognizes same as a day to seek inspiration for personal and collective action by honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooperman, would you like to make a motion to accept and proclaim January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day?
Sure. Yes, so I move to proclaim January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Thank you. We've already been through the Youth Advisory Board piece, so we'll move on to the next item, which is ordinance number 1888, series 2024, an ordinance amending the Louisville Municipal Code to add a new chapter 3.25 regarding enhanced assistance for targeted businesses. Second reading, public hearing. It was advertised on November 24th, 2024, and it's been continued from December 3rd, 2024. I'm opening public hearing, and let's start with the staff presentation.
Hi, Mayor. Excuse me. Hi, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having me today, and Happy New Year. I will try to be funny. I am not punny though, so we'll see where it lands. But today I wanted to talk about a proposed ordinance change to our Business Assistance Program, or our BAT program, which is the city's existing incentive program. So our existing incentive program was originally adopted in 2007 and has had a few changes and adaptations since then. This is the only citywide incentive program for businesses that are either new and locating into the city, expanding, or have to relocate within the city, predominantly through no fault of their own. Their lease isn't being renewed, the building's getting torn down, what have you. But this is, like I said, the only existing program in the city that applies everywhere in all of our commercial districts in the city. Eligible expenses include building permit fees, sign permit fees, construction use tax, consumer use tax, or better known as sales tax, and in some cases a vacancy bonus. As people are building out spaces, they can come to us being like, hey, there is a gap that we need to close in order to make this move feasible and plausible. And so these are all of the components that are regularly available to businesses. The business has to have an application in to the city before a location decision is made. So before a lease is signed, before they purchase a property, before they purchase the expansion equipment. The only sometimes available one is the vacancy bonus. This was recently added, I believe, in the last 2 or 3 years. And it allows for $1 per square foot, up to $100,000 for a business that is locating into a previously vacant building. The building has to have been vacant for at least a year. To date, as of October 2024, we have 35 active BAPs, which means they are somewhere within their time frame process. So they have been adopted by City Council, and they are either in year 1, year 0, year 4 of year 5, but they are in the middle of their process. We have 75 completed BAPs, and we wanted to show a few of the applicants to highlight that this program has been used by smaller quality of life businesses, so retail and restaurant users, as well as our industries, to include Fresca Foods, Ironton, Loxo Oncology, Snarfs, and Tilt. So the program is built to where businesses across industry as well as across size are eligible and able to take advantage. What we are proposing today is some additional assistance for targeted industries to align Louisville's incentive program with many of our neighboring communities as well as the state. So for some background, a targeted industry is a term used in my realm of the world that identifies industries that have a significant economic presence in your community, and that typically comes in the form of either there are a lot of businesses of that type, the businesses employ a lot of employees of that type, and they tend to have a higher than average salary for the employees in that community. When we looked at targeted industries, we are recommending the target industries that Boulder has identified and announces. Most of these align with the state's targeted industries as well. While some of the terms themselves may differ, there's quite a bit of comparison with the state. But as we looked at target industries, and most of you have heard me say this, Louisville does not operate in a vacuum. We operate in Boulder County, US 36 corridor, extend to the metro, extend to Colorado and beyond. And so the Boulder Economic Council and the Boulder Chamber identify these as our targeted industries: aerospace, bioscience, clean tech, IT software, natural products, and outdoor rec. Happy to answer questions on kind of what all of those entail, but they tend to be an overarching theme that then have quite a few different business forms underneath them. So why are we bringing this to you? At the end of the day, staff is continuously looking at economic vitality, economic vitality programs, both that are financial as well as how Austin and I operate. And we are hoping to bring Louisville into continued alignment with most of our most direct competitors locally, so all of our neighbors locally and the state. We also take a look at where we are competing outside of the state. So most commonly, Texas and Florida are some of the big ones that come up. We have a whole host of additional comparisons as well if you're interested. But we looked locally, statewide, and nationally to see where are we competing, where may we be misaligned, and how can we continue to make sure Louisville is putting their best foot forward for new businesses and businesses that are looking to expand and make location decisions. So today, the proposed amendment is for enhanced assistance for Boulder County's targeted industries, so those industries I mentioned earlier. And what we want to do is exempt machinery, tools, software, and property used in space flight from our sales and use tax. So at the moment, the city or the company would pay 3% on all of those components as they bring them into the city and bring them into up and running. And that 3% is often not paid in most of the competitive communities that we took a look at. And so in all of our neighbors and the state of Colorado itself, they do not pay that 3% in these other jurisdictions. As a point of note, our sales tax and our use tax are more than 3%. I think we're sitting at 3.8 now. Only 3% is eligible for any of our BAP program rebates. The parts that are dedicated to historic preservation, parks, and open space remain dedicated to those components. So it is only this 3% that will ever be eligible. But we are proposing that we make that 3% potentially exempt for these targeted industries. That allows them to be able to even out their cost of operations and cost of expansion with our competitors. 3% on $1 million, 3% on $5 million when they're building, specialized equipment and specialized software can add up very quickly. And we have been told is dictating some location decisions should all things be equal. So how do you qualify? You must be a targeted industry subject to verification of operations. That can happen through a variety of ways. Typically, the most straightforward is a NAICS code. I personally have some problems with the NAICS code we can get into, but verification of operations, you have to be a new business or an expanding business. So you're new to Louisville, you're finding a new location, choosing to put down roots, or qualified expansion. So your existing business here in Louisville, you are adding people, you are adding product lines, you are adding production of some sort that we can also verify that the output coming from the space that you're either expanding the space itself or the output within your existing space is changing. And the average wage of the jobs that you are adding through that expansion have to be at least 80% of the annual wage of Boulder County. We chose Boulder County because we are using Boulder County's targeted industries. Depending on who you ask, the average wage in the city of Louisville is about $135,000. The average wage in the county of Boulder is $87,000, both higher than the national average. And so these companies will be bringing in high-paying jobs that will work and operate in the city of Louisville. How will this agreement be structured? It essentially will look almost no different to y'all in that they will follow all of our existing BAP application requirements. They have to make an application to us before any decision is made. They have to provide all the info that we already require of them on what are you doing, how does it benefit the community, what are your plans, what are your long-term plans for the city. Once that application is complete and they go through the process with staff then comes to City Council and presents the agreement for discussion and potential approval. All components of this program will be rebates. Just like the existing program, the additional will be a rebate as well. This ensures that we are rebating money on an action that's actually taken, that we are not fronting any money before that action is taken. It's just essentially a fail-safe. So we make sure they actually do what they say they're gonna do before we share in that cost sharing with them. And so they will buy the equipment, they'll buy the software and implement it, and then they will show us proof of that. And at the beginning of the year, they will get the rebate for the year prior. We've also stated, as it's slightly different, but that the company has to stay within the city of Louisville for 5 years. Our existing BAC program states 10. We received some questions on why the difference. A lot of our targeted industries are very capital intensive and can almost operate like entrepreneurs. They are trying out new machinery, new tech. They are inventing things, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. but making sure that they are continuing to invest in the city of Louisville throughout that product development, throughout that software development, while taking into account that even though some of these companies are large, they are entrepreneur at spirit and they are making new things as they go. Questions?
Council? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Just as great the second time as it was the first time. So 2 questions for me. The first one, just thinking future state, if this were to get approved, presumably there are plans to advertise this change to make sure that we attract and that we're in the running for these technologies and companies, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I can elaborate if you would like.
Sure.
Or not. Sure. So we've been working with our comms team to update all of our incentive collateral across the board. But throughout the year too, we if this gets approved, I'm gonna say when, I'm gonna say if this gets approved, we do send this out to our entire brokerage network as well as our partners in the US 36 corridor, Boulder County, and Metro Denver, so that sometimes what happens too is they're looking in Lafayette. Lafayette doesn't have the space. They're like, hey, call Vanessa, and Vanessa has this program available to you. So we send that out to our entire brokerage network, all of my partner network, as well as all the property owners. So as they're looking to recruit, there's a baseline there. And then as we do our actual attraction recruitment efforts, we bring that along with us.
Okay, that's very helpful. My second question, and I'll lean on my finance committee members to chime in. It sounds like the numbers that we're talking about for these rebates is likely to be substantially higher than what we've seen in the past. And I want to make sure that, from a finance perspective, when we're planning budgets, have you worked with the finance team, or will there be conversations to make sure that when council is looking at budgets, we know not only what came in, but what's going to go out with these $5+ million technology, 3% rebates on those?
So short answer is we've already talked to finance. We've talked to the finance director as well as all the division managers as we were developing this addition to the BAP to talk about what would you need from us to make your life easier as these things come through, as well as what kind of impact do you anticipate this having. The highline feedback was this is all new money. It's money that the city hasn't seen yet because it's a new business or an expanding business that we have not received anything from. So even if we give rebate back 50%, we're still receiving 50% of something we've never had before.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Councilmember Kern?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Vanessa. I appreciate it. I was just curious for some of the business eligibility portions of this. The 80% of the average Boulder County wage. So, like plus or minus that, like their average salary has to be $70,000. Have we compared that to other high tech companies that are here currently in Louisville to see if that's like the low end of normal, or if we're encouraging something more than what we already have?
We get general data from businesses themselves, as well as a few federal systems. The main reason we want to take an average is we want to make sure that we want to encourage that you're not hiring one exec making $1 million, and then the remainder of the people that you're bringing in are making even significantly less than average minimum wage. And so that's why we try to take an average. Depending on the company, that average can sway. We talk, even in the targeted industries, IT software has such a wide range of positions within them. Natural products have such a wide range of positions in them that we thought taking an average wage was a good way to account for all of those targeted industries as well, and not just necessarily these super high tech ones that are paying, even well above Louisville's average wage.
And so then I guess the follow-up for that would be, why use a Boulder County instead of Louisville average wages? If we're trying to bring in and incentivize higher paying jobs. I was just thinking the average being roughly $70,000 plus or minus, is not like really competitive here in Louisville. So I was just curious to know where that came from to incentivize companies that don't pay that higher wage.
So we took Boulder counties because we took a look at our larger ecosystem too, not just Louisville. There will be companies that, while we're not poaching them, will choose to locate in Louisville from some of our neighbors. And if we change the amount from $87,000 to $135,000, that then becomes impossible for them to locate here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Hefner.
Just a clarification. I think you covered this in your presentation, but just so we can all be thinking about it this way. A business comes to staff with a proposal. Staff does sort of the preliminary analysis, right? Is this a targeted industry? Do you hit the salary threshold? And then it comes to council in the form of a proposal, and we evaluate it based on these factors A through K and decide whether we want to do it at all, and if so, what the percentage rebate is up to and including 100%. Is that essentially the process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to see if I could follow up on, for a greater point of clarification on that. But if the expectation, if we approve this, and then there's an expectation that businesses are aware of this, they know they meet this criteria, they have an expectation, they've had a conversation. It's not like, well, let us offer you something that hasn't already been approved by the council where it might come up for discussion. We're saying we're approving you to offer this to businesses that meet this criteria, correct?
Correct. And an approval of this addition to the incentive program today does not guarantee anyone's acceptance of this program. So even if people meet all of the requirements, there's no guarantee that just because they meet these requirements, we will offer them any level of incentive, much less whatever so they can come in and say, I want 100% of everything for 5 years, and you have to give it to me because I meet all these requirements. They are not entitled to that. We get to decide what kind of incentive we give, even if someone asks for everything.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
Couple little questions. On your list of neighboring municipalities and so forth, you did not include the city of Boulder, and I was just wondering if there is any reason for that.
No. I was like, I probably have it on my computer. I can look, but
No, you
That's
disagree, or no, there's no reason?
there was no reason.
Okay, that's fine. And then, so as written, it only applies to aerospace, not the other?
It applies to all of the targeted industries. I think it was my fault for putting space flight first. This will be exempt machinery tools, software, and property used in space flight. So like 4 different categories. So like if a IT, business comes in and they have some weird some unique, specific made in-house financial software that costs a lot, that could qualify.
Okay. That's good for the moment.
Other council members, yes.
Wait, now I have a question. Which category does software go under? Oh, the software category. Never mind.
I think it was I put property used in spaceflight first, and I got actually a lot of questions about that, so I should have put it at the end, like the last category.
Other questions? All right. We will then take our first round of public comments. Do we have anybody seeking to make public comment?
First up is Tamar.
Hi, thanks for taking my comment. This is Tamar Krantz. I live in Louisville. That was a really impressive presentation, and it sure makes a good case for making Louisville competitive, and it would be great to have high-paying jobs in our town. I just have a question that relates to our comprehensive plan. During the open house, we were presented with the problem that we may have a jobs and housing imbalance. And I know that Boulder has a one-time fee that's paid by commercial developers to offset the impact of their construction on affordable housing demand. Is this something that could possibly be integrated into our business assistance program? I apologize if it's something that you already considered, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tamar. Anyone else?
Thank you.
All right. First round of council discussion. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
First, let me see. I think I understood Tamar's question. I would try and answer it. One of the criteria in that step where the proposal comes to council is we evaluate it against the comprehensive plan, and that could be a criteria either for approving it or approving it at a certain level or saying no to it. And I assume that's where we would think about things like the impact on our housing stock and transportation infrastructure and so on. As far as my thoughts on the ordinance, I like it a lot, except for it seems to me unduly narrow to pick particular industries, especially given that we get discretionary review of the proposal sort of once it's been negotiated. And, you know, I can imagine a healthcare facility that maybe doesn't count as bioscience, or a manufacturer that isn't in one of these categories that makes, I don't know, ball bearings or whatever. And sure, maybe we could try and think of a way to shoehorn it into one of the categories we've created. But to me, that sort of begs the question, why have the categories at all when we could focus on what's the size of employer we're trying to look for, and what's the sort of average wage or wage range, or what are the kind of jobs we're trying to attract, and then make the assistance available equally, regardless as to what industry you're in. Because while I appreciate all the research and it's interesting to see sort of what folks think is important to the region and who's here and what our successful industries are, I don't think we have any guarantee that in a few years from now, it won't be some other thing that, you know, we wish we would have put into this and we're gonna have to come back and revise it and add to the list. And so I would be in favor of sort of some more generic criteria in terms of the jobs we're trying to attract and the investment we're trying to attract, which I don't think would be a major amendment. But otherwise, I think this is terrific. My only other comment is in response to Barbara's question, which is, of course, our budget does have sales tax growth assumptions in it. And those are sort of back of the envelope based on what we've seen in the past, which presumably includes some amount of business growth, right? It probably doesn't include some major employer moving in every year, but some background level of organic business growth. And so I would feel a little uncomfortable saying this is all additional money. Some amount of this money could be in that percentage growth assumption we make every year. I think it's sort of hard to say. I think it's fuzzy. And there's certainly a good case that bringing additional jobs and bringing additional industries grow the overall pie and result in even more sales tax, even if we're rebating a big chunk of it. And so it's not a concern for me, but as I sort of think through the analysis, I'm not sure I would be totally comfortable saying it's 100% additional over what we forecast.
Do you have a suggestion as to what the right term is?
The right term for what?
Well, you're sort of talking about a range, but are you talking about particular language?
For what?
For what the last piece you were just talking about?
That's not a proposed change.
Okay.
That's just sort of some prognostication about how does this impact our budget in the out years, right? And we have whatever that, it's a single-digit percentage. I'm not placing exactly where we landed. But I think that number includes some amount of organic business growth, some of which could, in theory, be refunded under this program.
Yeah, I misunderstood.
I probably didn't say it very clearly.
Others? Yeah.
On that, I think that this is a good point to bring up, and I think that our finance department, when they are looking at, advising everyone else on like potential increases in sales tax, maybe these new level of incentives should be evaluated to see if they do need to like tweak that percentage increase a little bit. I think in past years we've had some contraction, so we've lost businesses, and there have been several years of that, and that may have already been adjusted for in the budget. So as we add some new businesses back in, even if 50% of that is not there, I don't think it's going to be a ton of adjustments as we're adding it from that perspective, just mathematically speaking. And to your point, I agree. The expression picking winners and losers always comes up when people read things about this and we target industries. I took a lot of time reading this, and I looked at some other communities, and the way that I kind of looked at it was, we're trying to be competitive with neighboring communities. If incentives are being offered in Lafayette, in Broomfield, and we're not able to go after those targeted industries, like specifically create about for that, my concern is that and advertising heavily with them, right? We lose those opportunities. To your point, like a medical products company, we might have been able to retain them had there been, some larger incentives in Louisville versus going to another community. So retention, BAPS might be something to be looking at additionally in some targeted industries. But that's the only reason that I finally realized I could support the targeted industries because of the competition in the other communities. And that we're saying, come to Louisville. We provide a great business environment. We have an amazing team that can help you get established, and it's a phenomenal community to be part of. And we're so confident you're going to love it. Let us give you an incentive to come here, and you'll never want to leave once you're here. So that's where I was looking at this and saying I could support it.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. And I'll take Councilmember Kern's comment and take it one step further. So I agree. I think this is a good place to start to be competitive with our neighboring communities. And then I would not be opposed to then say, hey, let's move the goalpost and then we'll stick it where we think it should go next and make everyone else try to catch up and compete with us with more general or broad criteria like Councilmember Hefner suggested. So I'm okay starting with this and then moving the goalpost even further to be even more competitive more broadly.
Thank you. Any other comments right now? Before we take public comment again, Councilmember Cooper.
Actually, it was still looking for a couple questions. I'm just trying to understand the eligibility criteria a little bit more. Particularly the qualified expansion. So you give like 3 examples: an increase in personnel, I guess an increase in production, or a new product line. So if one of these industries or companies hires one more person, right, they've increased their personnel, is there some way in which they can then apply for this program?
So they could, but the way we look at expansion is the expansion is the only part that's eligible for the program. So, you're in a 100 square foot space, you produce 100 bottles a week, and then you double that, the double, like the new component is eligible, but the part that was existing is not eligible for the program.
Okay. Okay, let me think about it a little more.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, so I just want to respond briefly. I mean, I like this as I suppose as a starting point, but I think we can probably get it right tonight. And somebody tell me if I'm wrong, but I think maybe we have some language if we wanted to expand it.
We do have some language that instead of the targeted industries, Linda in our attorney's office drafted up some components that talks about capital intensive industries. So instead of it being a targeted industry, they come to us, whatever industry they're in, and say, hey, we're looking to move here, we're looking to expand. The expansion or the move will cost us X. I would like to participate in the enhanced assistance.
Great. So I think just knowing that we have that, I mean, I would have everybody visit the factors A through K that apply to our review of the proposal, because they're quite comprehensive and they give us an opportunity, no matter what it is that comes forward, to really look at it holistically in terms of total investment, number of jobs created, the wage of the jobs, the quality of the development, whether it fits in well with existing businesses, whether it has job diversity, whether it is a value add to the city or a development within the city, the amount of enhanced assistance as a percentage of new revenue, comprehensive plan compliance, and whether the agreement is legal. We have a lot of sort of discretion and bandwidth to look at these on a one-by-one basis and decide if it's something that is worthy of enhanced assistance, and if so, how much. I mean, we get to set the level, or we set the level of the offer. And to me, that gives me great comfort that if we open up the eligibility criteria to come forward with a proposal, we will see good proposals, and if we get bad proposals, we'll just say no to them. And you know, I suppose there's maybe a slight additional burden on staff if we open up the industries to other industries beyond the 5. I don't know if that's a concern at all. But I just think we have the scope here to look at them on an individualized basis and say, is this good for the city? And so why sort of restrict the funnel that comes in the door to the 5 industries when we could? I just don't know what if there's some AI thing that has an enormous software expense and it could be game changing for us with a data center and whatever and produce jobs. And I just don't know. And I don't want to prejudge that these are the only 5 industries that matter to us.
Any other comments for right now? I'm thinking, so I'm going to wait on my comments a bit. Yeah.
Could we ask Vanessa and Rob to weigh in on that? Those points of opening this up, like why would we want to limit ourselves instead of advertising to all industries?
We can advertise to all industries. The impact of this will just be different on the industry. Spending 3% on a piece of equipment that's $1,000 has a different impact on the business when the piece of equipment's $100,000. But I don't anticipate it necessarily being a bigger lift on staff if we open it up to some sort of language of capital intensive. Staff reviews all of the BAPs as they come in against all of those criteria. We do loop in community development and finance when those come in as well. And essentially this would be another component of what I talked about at the beginning. When a business comes in anyway, they're not automatically entitled to any incentive, but they don't also all qualify for all the ones that exist anyway. Some of them, only have signage and, building permit fees. They don't have any sales tax component. So it'll just be another option on there that they can click, being like, yes, we want that, and then we would go through the full evaluation.
And I just wanted to add a couple things, just food for thought, kind of a pro-con type analysis of it. Making ourselves competitive is a good thing, of course, but if we move that post so that we are the most competitive, something to consider is businesses may come here, but we're giving up tax revenue needlessly. And that's really hard to predict, and we won't know that. But we do attract a lot of high-tech businesses already. You can see the amazing businesses we have, especially in the Colorado Tech Center. They're already choosing to come here for certain reasons. Once you get a cluster of industries, there could be some critical mass and they all want to be here for different reasons. So there's a question of if we go too far, we may be just giving away tax revenue and we don't need to, and those businesses would still choose to come here. It's really hard to know, but that would be a reason not to do it, just as kind of a pro-con analysis. At another point, I can't think of what it is right now, but I think that was the main one. Oh, I know the other thing. I would caution the idea just a little bit of having applications come to you and then you having to reject them. We try really hard to set up good applications because I think, as you've seen, if you do end up even if you have great justification for rejecting an application, it could lead to a reputation of being business unfriendly, regardless of how much logic you have in denying the application.
We work with the applicants quite a bit before we bring them to you to make sure that they qualify and they can accurately tell the story on what the gap is and why they're asking for incentives, but also in addition to all the investment that they're making in the community, how does it benefit the community? So we work pretty hard with them to help put that story together before we bring them to council. My only other comment I would add, it got brought up earlier on potentially structuring it around the size of businesses. Louisville, depending on how you count, has north of 1,600 businesses. Only 50 have 101 or more employees, and so we are predominantly small businesses. So I would caution against employment counts.
That probably isn't a bad segue into a question that I had. What's your response to the criticism that this is all well and good, but if I'm a small business person, I'm a little concerned that there is favoritism going on. Why should we, if I'm a small business, support this? It looks like, more non-support for local small business.
So I would say it's twofold. There are quite a few, larger businesses that are local. And so local spans the gamut of I'm a, solo entrepreneur to some of these 100+ person companies. Local is not always just small businesses, but this program is any business size is eligible to take advantage of this program, and we've seen that. I have gotten comments that it feels like sometimes we're potentially giving more money away to bigger businesses than smaller businesses, but all of our agreements and all of our rebates are structured on what that business itself actually produces or what the cost of the build out actually is. And so bigger spaces, sometimes, naturally bigger numbers, but it's not in any shape or form discriminatory towards those smaller businesses. They are equally able to participate, and if they're eligible, they're equally able to have that conversation with us on what they want and what components of the BAP they want and why they want it.
Good, thank you. I'm not necessarily, I have heard that said. As this proposal is being percolated up the system. Why don't we go to, Councilmember Hamilton.
Yeah, I have one more question. And forgive me if you mentioned it earlier, but when we were discussing if we were to make this more general and use the term capital intensive, what was it? Project or capital?
Just a capital intensive business or capital intensive expansion. Capital
intensive means it's in proportion to the business. So like the single entrepreneur, capital intensive might be $10,000 to them, but that's 20% of their business cost or something, whereas like a larger 100-person company, it would be $100,000 is considered the capital intensive threshold for them, right? So it differs based on the individual business.
And what they're looking to do, right? So that's part of the application is what do they want to do? What is the cost? And then they tell us why they're asking for the enhanced assistance and how they qualify.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the next round of public comments. Do we have any requests for public comments? Nope. All right, we'll take it back to council discussion. I mean, certainly the issue that I've heard over and again is the issue of picking and choosing. That is, when you're targeting, it's called, enhanced assistance for targeted businesses, and we are stating what the targets are. There's less defining of what they are in terms of some of the criteria that Councilmember Hefner was talking about, or just not targeting, not including the names of those targets at all. That's I'm gathering, perhaps reading into your comments, Councilmember Hefner, but I do, it sounds like you would be perfectly happy, or that you would be maybe more happier with this if it didn't mention by name the targeted industries. Do I have that correct?
Well, if it didn't mention them by name, because that's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
And I mean, my point is both an instrumental one, it's an instrumental one in terms of I want the best possible businesses to come to Louisville, and we are in competition, and we have seen businesses leave. We've seen large employers leave Louisville, and that is troubling. And I would prefer for those types of companies to want to come here and want to stay here. But also in terms of just fairness on the applicant side, if I'm the software company that doesn't fall into one of these categories, or the manufacturing company that doesn't fall into one of these categories, it feels unfair. I mean, it feels arbitrary just because our neighbors are doing it. I don't know. I think we're better than that. I'm also sympathetic to the mayor's point about small businesses, and I'm not proposing this, but I for one would certainly give the 3%. If it's a 3-person business with $500,000 of investment, I'd give them back the 3%, because that could be real money if you're a startup business. That could be the difference between your 4th employee and not. And I think growth in Louisville is a good thing.
And I appreciate that. I think I've been thinking about this a lot, because I think of economic vitality in Louisville as not simply a Louisville-centric proposition. I mean, obviously, we're the Louisville City Council. We have duties to our own taxpayers. Part of the reason for this kind of program, and certainly for referring directly to the Boulder Economic Council's list, right, is that we have an interest as a community, Louisville, in what happens on the corridor. And what happened, because a lot of businesses in these particular industries, and this is just what I've heard in the reading that I've done and hearing other mayors talk about this, is they don't care entirely what's going on in Louisville versus somewhere else. There's sometimes the whole corridor is trying as a group to get a certain industry or pieces of it in, and attract those to their municipalities. Now, you can say to that one, well, that's not what we're about. We're about Louisville. And we're about Louisville money going, we don't want to spend our money on something that goes somewhere else. these are industries that we're talking about here that have a lot of spin-off potential. We don't have that much room in Louisville to expand. And, we're going to get plenty of businesses, I think, with this kind of program. But I think we need to bear in mind that when we're considering targeted industries, we are linking, or we're linking hands with other communities as well. Sometimes we're going to come out on top. I mean, I said this when I was campaigning. Sometimes you hit the three-pointer and you get the business, and sometimes you don't get the business and you try to get the layup and you get 2 points out of it. And I think there's good reason for each of the communities to be, they're all going to do incentives in their own way. We do our incentives in a particular kind of way in Louisville. The BAP is the way we do things. That's not the way every community does it, but that's the way we're doing it here. I think it's worthwhile to try. I'm concerned about the small businesses too, to that point. I'm thinking about this partly because we have an economic vitality committee meeting tomorrow. It's my first one as the chair, and trying to, we are trying to get businesses to stay here. We're trying to get businesses to come here. We're trying to get business to expand here, and we needed to be doing things with small business. I think the answer that you stated, Vanessa, is exactly, that's the way this has to be characterized, this kind of a program. And we're not done with small business. That's the other thing. I think maybe that's a piece that we come back to separately, because there may be more that we can do for small businesses elsewhere. So I'm a little less worried about that concern with this kind of program. I understand why the list is what it is. I think I appreciate Councilmember Hamlin's comment. It's sort of, let's try it. I think as part of one of the things I heard, we can come back and amend it if we think it's too narrow later. I don't think it's going to necessarily discourage businesses. I think it's going to encourage the ones that we've listed. So I think it's otherwise structured just fine. I have a couple of other, I guess, concerns about it. I think I sometimes bristle at the idea of talking so much about high compensation, highly compensated employees or positions that involve that, because primary employers, and that's part of what we're encouraging with this kind of program. I mean, they need people who aren't highly compensated, not necessarily low compensated, but I worry about that because I do hear of the site selection folks that we heard a couple of months ago. I mean, a lot of the companies that we're talking about are very concerned about not their top level people, but the people kind of in the middle and what their opportunities are, housing, compensation, daycare, all those sorts of things. So I don't know, I'm moving a little bit afield, but I think I'm comfortable with, with what we have here for now, and with the idea that we come back and we add if we decide that we're really missing the boat. Yeah.
I would just like to add one point of clarification. The ordinance states Boulder County's targeted industries. It does not specifically lay out the industries. So for comments a few of you made that if something comes up, the industry changes, we don't have to go back and re-amend this should Boulder add or add new ones, those would automatically apply because the ordinance reads as the targeted industries. It doesn't lay out the specific industries.
Let me ask a follow-up question to that. Are these the ones that are currently listed?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, I mean, I suppose it's a question for council too. If we go forward with this, do we want to be linked automatically to that, or do we want the discretion to come back to us to make that addition ourselves? We can link it to the list if we want. That's, you know, so it happens automatically. We don't have to do it that way. We can be sensitive to it and come back and consider it if it happens.
I wouldn't link, because what if they take something off? What if Boulder County removes aerospace? What do we do?
Yeah.
I don't like other people writing our laws for us that much.
Especially ones that start with the word Boulder, right? Now, you know, there's some, that's part of what we deal with here, right? We're the ones who ought to be decided. That's why I raised that. Go ahead. Councilmember.
Thank you. A comment on using Boulder County identified industries is, I think that if companies are looking to come to Boulder County and let's say they're entering the Colorado, they're like, you know, actually we've heard like Boulder County's really doing this, so let's look. And they go, wow, it's the city of Boulder and the city of Louisville that are really offering targeted great incentives to our industry, and we're listed in this. Let's contact Economic Vitality for Louisville. We read a ton about it. This is great. They didn't see Lafayette's name. They didn't see Erie's name. So it could be good for us to bring that in, just to have that kind of visibility within the county, that we're matching the targeted industries or matching a county-wide initiative as far as like bringing that in to Louisville. So I kind of thought that might be a good idea.
Thanks. Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, can I just ask a clarification? Actually, looking at the ordinance, it looks like we're matching the Boulder Chamber of Commerce targeted industries, not Boulder County. That's right?
Yes.
I think it's, if I'm reading it right, Boulder Chamber Economic Council.
The Boulder
right?
Economic Council is an arm of the Boulder Chamber, and that's who we most closely work with for the county.
So just it's a private organization.
Right. Were you talking about the same thing?
Yeah, I was just reading Boulder County's targeted industry. This is where Boulder County's targeted industries are currently, and so that's what I was basing it off of. But I actually agree. I think that we should list those industries, and if they change, we can update, versus like being fluid with somebody else's determination necessarily. I mean, it could be that we continue to love to attract, you know, aerospace specifically. Louisville could be kind of known for it, but like 30 years ago with storage tech, or 40 years ago, Boulder County was really known as the storage capital of the country, even over, you know, California. And we had, you know, you had storage tech, you had Exabyte, you know, a lot of other companies, and now we're kind of getting known for quantum computing and that kind of, I mean, and so my point is that it brings people who come and change their lives and come to this community so that they can have access to these kind of amazing targeted employers. That might also be part of the reason for us to think about it. It's not just the businesses, it's the individuals and residents who come here and choose Louisville because they're like, ooh, they're targeting the businesses that I work for.
You know, in looking at that targeted business definition, you know, we can do this through, if we get to that point of doing a motion on this, we can obviously do it that way, but I'm looking at the targeted business definition there on page 81 of the council packet. It could read a whole variety of ways based on conversation we've had, but it could read to get the Boulder Chamber Economic Council driven list excised, and just refer to the industries themselves. It could be targeted business means a business engaged in aerospace, bioscience, clean tech, IT software, natural products, and outdoor recreation industries, period. The rest would be stricken. That's one way of doing this. It sounds like, regardless, people on council are, we're building sort of a consensus toward, in any event, not linking ourselves to the Boulder Chamber Economic Council. And I haven't heard anybody say we should be doing that. I've heard people say we shouldn't be doing that. Is that fair? So then the bigger question comes, do we have, are there other parts, what I hear generally is that there is consensus around including targeted industries. Obviously, that's not across the board. I think, Councilmember Hefner has stated,
Yeah, and I guess I'm a little skeptical of the sort of do it halfway and then reevaluate, because we'll never know the dog that didn't bark, right? We'll never know the manufacturer that didn't relocate here, the company that didn't expand here. We just won't know. There'll be no measure of the applications we didn't get.
I suppose that's generally speaking, that's true. This is a problem. We've seen this problem in other kinds of incentive regimes that we've considered and not taken up. But because you never know, as Director Zaccaro said, part of what you're trying to do is be that proximate cause of why they're here, why they come. You don't want to just sort of put a whole bunch of money out there for the sake of putting a whole bunch of money out there when they would have come here anyway. But it's so hard to know sometimes whether that's the deal, that it's going to make that difference. So I don't know. What I would say about, in response to it, though, ultimately is, to your point, is we might hear somebody come forward and say, I like that enhanced, your enhanced assistance. Is there some reason why my area of business is not included? Is that something there's a chance of my taking advantage of? Is that something that council might be open to? Practically speaking, is that going to happen? I'm kind of skeptical too, but it's not. If it's a business that's a big and growing kind of business that would be interested in this, but for the fact that they're not listed, would they raise that with Vanessa or whoever? Maybe. I don't know. Councilmember Kern.
Did Ironton Distilleries, were they part of a targeted thing prior to this, or was it more that they approached the city about a business assistance?
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, they were just part of our normal BAP
Right.
program. Yeah.
So they just approached, right? I mean, like, they went ahead. They knew that we had a program. They were looking to relocate someplace that they could do their distribution and like manufacturing. And so it's not like we went ahead and said, this is the specific targeted industry. It's more that it's part of our generic, or no?
Yeah, our regular BAP has no targeted industry. We don't limit who can apply for it.
And that won't change with this, correct?
Yeah, but my question to all of you, though, would be, if targeted industries are appropriate here, why did we not include them in our regular BAP, right? If the logic is sort of similar, why do we allow anyone to participate in the regular BAP, and you have to be a particular industry for this one? And just to also, and I'll stop soon because I think I'm one on 5 here. But this came to us first as we're just doing it for aerospace, right? We're basically doing it for a single company. It was for a and we've expanded to a sort of a much broader set, and I'm happy about that. I think there's work to be done still. I still think it's quite arbitrary and unfair to the to the business that might locate here that doesn't fall neatly into a category. When there's no, I don't see the sort of reasoned distinction why we wouldn't want to compete for those other businesses. And if we can be more competitive than our neighbors, that's a good thing. And it is additional money, and we don't have to rebate 100% of it. And we get to look at, you know, if somebody wants to put an oil refinery here, I feel confident staff is not going to bring it to us. But I think there's lots of interesting things out in the world, and I want to know what they are. And if they want to be here, I want them here.
I think they still can. I mean, this doesn't limit staff's ability to work with those and offer these incentives to them, correct?
No, and I will say, like, we do work with brokers and property owners to go out and recruit our what we call quality of life businesses as well. So like our restaurants and our retailers. But to Councilmember Hopper's point, if we got a big restaurant that wanted to come in and put in, you know, AI run servers, they would technically not qualify for the enhanced assistance.
So this is not just incentivizing, this is eliminating the opportunity from other businesses? I thought that the concept was to target and go after, not eliminate anybody else who doesn't meet this. Like if you aren't this, you can't even apply for it.
So we try to attract and retain and expand businesses across the spectrum of industries. Sometimes we reach out to them, sometimes they come to us. If Ironton came to us today and said, I want to participate in your BAP, they would qualify for all of the components that are currently in our existing BAP. They would not qualify for this expansion. So the conversation would be, hey, you can fit in buckets A, B, C, and D. You just don't qualify for bucket E.
So they would still get it, just not this
Well, they couldn't
exact.
qualify for up to 100%, which is what we're offering here.
Right. It's
This,
less than that.
this particular package, which is a very good package, would not be available to certain industries. We would never get, council would never get those applications. They would be screened out. They could get the standard BAP, not the up to 100% BAP.
Let me ask a question. You know, what would be the cost, do you think, of, you know, I'm looking at, you know, the list is in here. What if, well, let me just think about or phrase it. I mean, if we just had a, you know, you could have an enhanced assistance program. You don't have to have it for targeted businesses, and you eliminate that, as I think you've made a case for, Councilmember Hafner. What do you think the cost of doing that would be in the marketplace? That is, of saying, we considered an ordinance that targeted these industries, but we decided that it was kind of picking winners and losers, and we were potentially missing out on other businesses which wouldn't fall into these categories that might look at, you know, might pass us by. Is there some downside to simply having a two-tiered BAP process?
I don't think
program.
From the business community's sentiment, there would be negative sentiment because everyone that's proposed in the targeted industries would still qualify. Sure. And Company A applying does not eliminate Company B's ability to apply and participate in the program. So I think from a business community standpoint, I don't think you would get negative sentiment if the enhancement was widened.
And would there be, do you think, any kind of, I don't know, dampening or chilling of relationships with other municipalities in the Boulder corridor if, if we didn't include these industries as targeted industries like Boulder. And it may be that's Boulder primarily that.
I don't think so. My realm of counterparts is actually pretty tight knit. We get together at least in the 36th quarter, usually about once a month. We also all sign a code of ethics across the state that is essentially a no poaching clause. And so a lot of the times what happens is if someone's moving from Lafayette to Louisville, oftentimes it's not because Lafayette did something mean to them. It's because they don't have available. If you're moving between communities like this, it tends to be a space, a space concern, an asset concern. But having a positive incentive policy tells the business community that you would like them to come here.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
So in the ordinance, right, there are certain things that are eligible for the 3% rebate, right? And it's software, machinery tools, and so forth, right? So I assume that those specific things were selected because they sort of apply to those targeted industries.
They tend to be the things that cost the business the most money across the board. So, outside of labor, that tends to be the obviously labor and the space you're in. Those are the most expensive costs to operate, and especially when across industries, but these target industries as well, you end up getting into very specific machinery that's made specifically for you or software. So it ends up becoming costly. One other thing I will add just on incentive front, we work with the state quite a bit, and a lot of the state incentives require some level of local match. And so when we are able to be flexible with what that looks like, these businesses end up being able to leverage other people's money as well.
Yeah, so I guess what I was heading towards is, suppose that we expanded the or we just opened this up to any business whatsoever. We didn't have targeted ones. Would we want to think about changing the list of what types of machinery or whatever or items would apply, because other businesses might, right? It seems like some of these things are specific to the targeted industries that are currently listed. Just kind of a thought, but.
Yeah, we can definitely look into it. Like I said, these machinery and software tend to be the most expensive operating costs outside of labor itself and the building that you're in. But if there are additional components we would like to take a look at, we're happy to do that. Part of the reason these are picked as well is because these are the things that you end up paying some sort of tax on, not all the tax that ends up adding up.
Yeah, just like, so, if it were a restaurant, right, they might not find much in the list as it's currently written that they would, right, that would be eligible. So in a sense, even if they would be allowed to, put forward a proposal for this enhanced assistance, it might not really make sense for them because they don't have something that really fits the list, right? So I'm just wondering if we expanded the definition, do we also need to expand that list of items?
I think it's a conversation for this body. No incentive program can be built necessarily to impact every single business across every industry the same exact way. Part of this enhanced assistance too was to even the playing field for businesses that end up having to pay something here in Louisville that they don't pay in other communities. And so we could definitely look at what potentially else might, expand on the list. And, when I think in a lot of minds for enhanced assistance, if it's a restaurant, for example, we're not necessarily talking about contributing to, tables and chairs, because that tends to be something too you take with you if you leave. But if there's some significant machinery or software input, because you are doing something else creative, you are, part employee, part space alien, then that is something cool that is a draw that could potentially warrant enhanced assistance.
It seems to me we've got a kind of pivot point, and I'm not sure how much further we're going to be able to go. It would seem to me that we need to decide whether we want to have an enhanced business assistance program, or, as we've been presented here, an enhanced assistance for targeted businesses program. That's one. If we want an enhanced assistance for targeted businesses, we have to, either list or tie that to something. I think we've got a list in there, and we've got, obviously ways to change it if we chose to do that. And if we go down the other path and say, no, this is just going to be an enhanced assistance program, then we've got to decide, do we try to draft this from the dais, which I would strongly discourage, because I think there are a lot of issues like the one that Councilmember Cooperman just raised that might be worthy of more expertise than I certainly have, and probably other council members. So I think we need to make that decision, because I think we do have if we go down the enhanced assistance for targeted businesses, I think we can probably, ultimately get to a vote. I think if we just do an enhanced BAP, we probably are going to need some additional work. So, Councilmember Hamilton.
On that note, so a business, in theory, a business could not apply for the enhanced program until it's passed, meaning someone might be sitting here watching this, wanting to expand or buy a piece of equipment, and whether or not this passes tonight could impact that business's decision.
And there are businesses online listening tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add one thing, though? I think we have language for the other proposal, right? Do we have
We
ordinance
do.
language?
In theory, from the attorney's office, the ordinance could read exactly the same, but instead of targeted businesses, you replace all those lines with capital-intensive businesses, and the other requirements for qualified expansions, new businesses, and average raises would still qualify, or would still be required within the ordinance.
Sorry, so it would be all the same criteria with the exception of it has to be one of those industries.
I think what Councilmember Hoffers, it'd be the same ordinance with all the same requirements, but instead of it reading as enhanced assistance for targeted industries, it would read as enhanced assistance for capital-intensive projects, business and projects.
Right, and then within it, though, the only distinction between those two would be whether it is one of these targeted industries or any industry that just meets
Correct.
all the other criteria, right?
With the capital-intensive business, the industry components would be taken away. So any business could come to us, they could apply for enhanced assistance, and would have to prove why it's capital-intensive and why they're asking for enhanced assistance. But all of the other components, the process, the eligibility, and the requirements would remain the same.
So the way it is now, though, they don't necessarily have to be capital intensive, it just has to be part of the targeted industry?
Correct.
Does it have to be capital intensive? Can we just eliminate the targeted and say it's an enhanced program, but you still have to meet the other criteria, and it's only for the equipment that's going to apply to a lot of companies in these industries?
So I'll just speak to that because I think it's my idea. The genesis of the capital intensive is one of the things that I understood based on my conversations with folks that we're trying to capture in this list of targeted industries is these are industries that have really large upfront capital costs, and that's why they want tax assistance when they relocate or expand is because they have all of these large capital costs. And so the thought was, how do we do that in a sort of industry neutral way that still respects the intent? And you know, honestly, we probably don't want the restaurant coming in looking for 3% back on the deep fryer or whatever. But we do want, you know, the guy who's making the new thing, and I don't know what it is, but like the new widget, the new whatever it is, and it might be traditional manufacturing. It also might be, I'm not sure if healthcare counts as bioscience, right? Like, we have a big hospital in town, and there's lots of healthcare adjacent businesses that have to buy CAT scans and MRIs and what have you. And certainly if some innovative outpatient clinic would move here if they could get assistance, I would want to look at it. If the cancer clinic wants to move here because they could get assistance, I want to look at that. I'm not sure if it's bioscience.
The intent of the enhanced assistance is to help offset those costs that you would have to pay to move or expand your business here, that are often very capital intensive, that for the most part are one-time expenses, whereas sales tax we end up rebating annually, and it's an ongoing expense for the length of, you know, the term of the agreement. This proponent of the program will most likely and most often be a one-time expense as they're looking to open.
So maybe that changes, I mean, it changes the paths, that there are two paths to approving this tonight that are ready to go. And the only thing I'm struggling with is whether capital intensive is the sufficient term. I think for all the reasons you've stated, it makes sense that it would be. It's what, and it is what binds those otherwise targeted industries in the draft. I mean, that's what we're talking about. We were talking about those, and I think the kind of businesses that you're talking about, Councilmember Hefner, that don't fall into that. I'm just trying to think whether there's any downside to just to doing what you're suggesting. And it sounds, I mean, I'm waffling a little bit, and I'm thinking too much out loud, but
I'll be clear, I do think there's a downside. It's the one Rob said, which is we may be leaving money on the table that we would have gotten otherwise.
Yeah.
That businesses that would have come here regardless or expanded here regardless will come and ask for an incentive, and maybe we'll be able to make, I'm not sure, but maybe we'll be able to make a compelling enough case that we give it to them. And, there's probably some cost. I think Rob's right. There's probably some cost to that.
And of course, I mean, that's true for the targeted industries too.
Yeah.
But by targeting them, you're limiting that. You're not going to have to worry about the business that wouldn't otherwise come here that otherwise meets the capital intensive requirement. Yeah. Okay. Well. So.
Did we do all the public comment we needed to do?
Yeah, we did.
Can I make a motion? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think a remaining loose end, if it were to be expanded, more generalized, is what Councilmember Cooperman brought up with the machinery, software, that language. I can find it in here. So we were talking about striking everything.
Machinery, tools, software, and property used in spaceflight.
Yeah, so we talked about striking, the specific industries and just saying capital intensive. Would that remain in this proposed?
As it's written, yes, it would remain.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a problem? If we went down that hole, that's one of the reasons why I said, gee, it would seem like it would need to be, for the reasons that Councilmember Cooperman mentioned, that it might be worth an extra review. But the problem with that is there are people, there is a downside of not voting tonight. And that is that there's a delay for those folks who are ready, willing, and able. We did get, we got one letter from one of those big businesses, and I gather that they're, waiting to hear from us,
Yes.
and we shouldn't delay that.
Is there a message component to not mentioning the targeted, like to specifically say about the enhanced program for targeted? Is there any kind of, business community messaging that we're missing, or should we be combining the language in, targeted businesses and or capital intensive?
I think staff's marching orders for the most part are the same either way. Updating our collateral so that as people find us and they look through us potentially before they talk to me or a broker or anyone else, that there's passive information out there that showcases where we stand in our incentive program, and all of the personal outreach that Austin and I do with the real estate community, business community, and everyone else to make sure that people know that this is available. So as businesses are looking, as they talk to someone who's looking to make a location decision, making sure that our partners in the real estate and business community keep Louisville front of mind and being like, oh, and take a look at this. If you're looking, this is what their incentive policy states.
Yeah, and in response to the question, I don't think you can have it both ways. I don't think you can say targeted and then say, these 6 industries including these, but not limited to them. You're really not, I think to say that's targeting is I'm not sure that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I kind of was. That's why I wasn't suggesting. I was just kind of getting their feel for it, because if the purpose of doing the targeted industries is to send a message to the industries that are being targeted by this region as a whole, but then it's not exclusive. You could be in another industry if you have, you meet the other criteria and it's capital intensive. My thought is the message gets out there to those, and I was curious to know from their perspective, since this is your forte, if that is beneficial, or are you saying, nope, I don't care, we don't think it's going to matter for Louisville, you don't need to target it, you just need to get some big messaging, and like Rob said, yeah, maybe there's, 1 or 2 companies that show up that would have anyway, but maybe not. I was thinking from it's a marketing thing.
I think at the end of the day, most businesses look at what the policy is, and our targeted industries, if you went the second route, would still qualify for that. So that's the message they would take back. I'm not sure many businesses would be like, oh, well, I get that, and I'm way more special than the other industries. I'm not sure. That's not a sentiment that I've heard, at least. The business ends up caring if they qualify or not.
Are you afraid we're going to give too much away then if we include businesses outside of this? Rob mentioned
because at the end of the day, I've been here for a year and I've brought 1 incentive to you. So not every business is applying for an incentive with us anyway. Not every business qualifies with the existing BAP, and not every business will qualify with any, addition to the BAP. And it's on the business to explain why they want any level of assistance, but if they're applying for enhanced assistance, it's the business's responsibility to help share their story on why they need the assistance to begin with, but also what they're contributing to the community that makes them think they've earned it.
Thank you. In that case, I do actually agree with Councilmember Huffner's suggestions, and thank you for preemptively having them work on that.
I think we're about ready for a motion. Unless there's something else somebody wants to say before the motion. Remember, we can converse about the motion once it's made, but I'm going to close the public hearing unless somebody has something more to say. All right, to close the public hearing.
I would move the passage of ordinance number 1888, series 2024, with the amendment discussed with staff to change it from enhanced assistance for targeted businesses to enhanced assistance for capital-intensive businesses.
Second.
Mayor, if you don't mind, there were 3 aspects of the recommended language, and if I could just read those into the record so that everybody's clear.
Please.
Okay. The first would be the effect of the motion would be to delete references to Boulder County's targeted businesses and replace with capital-intensive businesses. In the recitals section, the first and second recitals would be deleted. And then in section 3.25.030, delete the definition for targeted businesses and replace with the following definition, which would read, capital-intensive business means a business that requires a large amount of upfront investment in fixed assets, such as land, buildings, machinery, tools, or software, to produce goods or services. So that's the recommended language that came out of our office.
That works for me as the proponent of the motion.
And for me.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Thank you all for hearing me out.
Well, I think this was a long but important discussion. I would say, I think you've convinced me. But what I wanted to ask is the word large. We can obviously leave that to discretion, but are you comfortable with that as, because that's what's going to happen. It'll be.
I'm okay with it given all the other pretty discretionary factors that are already in there.
Sure. That's fair. I think the one thing about this that I do like especially is that it does, it doesn't discriminate except on the basis of the criteria that we have, and that'll certainly go down easier, I think, for probably businesses of all kinds in Louisville. There'll still be small businesses who will say, gee, these are things we're never going to be able to do or whatever, but that's a separate issue, and I think we can address that as we need to. So I'm supportive. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Hamilton.
Question with the part you just read. Did you say land and buildings? Is that was that in here before?
This is the recommended language that would replace targeted business.
Can you read it one more time for me? So this is what would replace targeted businesses in section 3.25.030.
Yes.
Okay. Can you read it again, please?
Yes. Capital-intensive business means a business that requires a large amount of upfront investment in fixed assets, such as land, buildings, machinery, tools, or software to produce goods or services.
So the land and buildings, was that originally part of the discussion, or it was mostly software, machinery?
It was the attorney's office's definition on trying to figure out what capital intensive means, and essentially a business that pays a lot up front in order to be able to operate. But the land and the buildings itself are not eligible for any component of any level of rebate. It would just be the machinery tools, software, and property and space flight.
Okay, so the land and building help them qualify for capital intensive, but it's not, they won't get reimbursed for those two things.
Correct. The building and the land cost have no component of a rebate in our program.
There's no sales and use taxes collected on land.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
And just again, to clarify, we've asked you to read this multiple times, but is that list exclusive or inclusive?
Such as. So it's.
No, that's what I wanted to know. Any other comments about the motion before voting on it? Okay. We've got a motion. We've got a second. We've got, I think, the clarifications that both the mover and the seconder, second, have approved, and we're ready to vote. So can we take a vote?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahy.
Yes.
Okay. Boy, that was simple. Thank you very much
Hey,
for,
thank you
for
all.
the good discussion on that. It's 8:51. We have the legislative agenda to go over, but I think I'd like to adjourn for 5 minutes. And are we comfortable moving through the rest of the agenda after we get back? Are you still awake and perky? All right. We'll resume at 8:57. It's the men who are going to drag on the processor. Isn't that always true? You don't have to. All right. We are back on, and the last item substantively on the agenda is the 2025 City of Louisville Legislative Agenda. And let's start with a staff presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not quite as vociferous as Vanessa, so I'll try and keep you awake. But tonight we have for you the 2025 legislative agenda. This came to you in December. You made some initial changes, and then, excuse me, in the interim, council members sent some additional changes to review for this evening. The purpose of this legislative agenda, as you know, is for council members to use, or for staff and council members to use in dealing with the state as far as legislation changes that are coming down the pike. It should be noted the legislative agenda started the legislative session started last week, so we kind of need to get this moving forward so we have it when we need it, when they start presenting bills that were coming at us fast and furious. So the agenda you have in front of you in the packet has changes that were made from the 17th, changes that were suggested both by council members Hefner and Cooperman. And there's a section if you look at the one that came out in the addendum today, I missed a couple of items that are also in there that are highlighted in yellow for you. So that's what we have this evening. The hope would be to take action tonight, or if we can't take action tonight, at a minimum, maybe bring it back on consent at the next meeting. With that, there are changes on pretty much every section. I can go through them on the PowerPoint. I can put up the red line. I don't know what you guys would prefer. What's easiest for you to read?
I'm going to make a suggestion that we put it up on the screen.
The red line?
Yeah, and I'm going to suggest that we probably need, since there are changes to each one, if we can get through some of these paragraphs without, with everybody in agreement, I don't see any need to belabor that. I don't know whether we'll be able to do that or not. I guess my first question, though, is just what are the final changes in the draft that you sent out today? Are they in the highlighted?
I can highlight them as we get to that section if you'd like.
Right, that's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to make sure of that. All right. So
in the first section, section 1, there's some minor changes to the language in green that were suggested by Councilmember Cooperman, but the other changes were changes that were made by you guys as a body last meeting in December. So I'm going to assume you're okay with all of those.
Let's see. And can you, I think it's worth opening your,
yes,
clicking on that left.
there we go.
Yeah. So we can see all the changes. Okay, there we go. Anybody on the first, the first paragraph we're all in agreement on, right? Second paragraph starting members of the city council. I think we've added one thing, and Councilmember Cooperman suggested we strike some language, which I think is, that are people comfortable with that? Okay, sounds like it. Speak up if you're not. The only thing I would change is just, I'd change others. I would change the word more to others, more sort of quantitative. I think others is a little more consistent with that. I'll leave that to you on good usage.
Which paragraph are you in?
I'm looking at the second paragraph there. It's right after Metro Mayor's Caucus that has been added.
Gotcha.
And more being and others. Yeah, go ahead.
Just since it says such as, I mean, you could just get rid of the more or the others, right?
That is also true. And that's probably, yeah, I mean, maybe put a comma after efforts and then strike and more and others. Yeah. There we go. Good. Any that work? Okay. The next paragraph.
For home rule, we took out state everywhere that was mentioned. That was based on comments from December 17th. Councilmember Hefner asked to include natural medicine, which makes sense given the new rules on natural medicine. And Councilmember Cooperman asked to change the fourth bullet since rather than maintaining to have greater local authority for regulating oil and gas.
The only concern I have about this is, honestly, because we have ducked many of the issues because of not intentionally, just we don't have a lot of oil and gas issues, at least as far as like drilling goes. Not to say we don't have other issues, because we do, in terms of the use of gas and so forth. But I don't know that, I mean, I don't know what the level of local government authority is to be able to say greater or not. I'm not necessarily quarreling with that word. And I understand why you didn't want to say necessarily maintaining, but is there something in particular you're driving at there with that language?
Right. So I would say, first of all, I'm not strongly tied to that language. I think maintaining could be fine. I guess I was driving at basically local governments being able to have greater power in, largely not allowing oil and gas development locally.
Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
Would we still accomplish that by just striking the qualifier and just say the city supports local government authority?
That's what I was going to suggest too.
One comment also in that, in the previous bullet, I was going to suggest that it be, I mean, this is all about licensing, right? The list there, the city, I was going to suggest the city supports liquor, marijuana, and natural medicine licensing that allows for. Because as it is, it's the city supports liquor and marijuana licensing and natural medicine. It's not.
I think licensing.
I know that that's not what was intended.
Jump to the end after natural medicine.
Yeah, it's really putting licensing at the end of that list, taken out and before marijuana and putting a comma after liquor.
A little natural medicine may help with our decision making. You never know.
Go ahead.
I think Meredith, remove licensing after marijuana. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. The other thing is on the footer. You're gonna change that to January 2025?
Assuming you make a decision tonight, yes.
Zing. I think council's up to it. All right. By the way, on that page, we didn't talk about the changes to the third paragraph that were made. I presume because nobody spoke up about that those are fine. That's the paragraph that I guess now would begin with council members may express support. Yeah? Okay.
Under community recovery and resilience, Councilmember Hefner asked, this is what changed from today, that we previously had the task force, we hadn't identified which task force, which we were referencing, so that's been spelled out. In the second bullet, Councilmember Cooperman suggested some additional language regarding native habitats.
The first one might be yours too. I don't. I don't recall anything about the wildfire. That was
That was a question from Councilmember Hamilton.
Sorry, Councilmember Hamilton.
There's wait, time out. There were like
That's-
3 people talking.
The suggestion to spell out the task force was Councilmember Hamilton, not Councilmember Hefner, sorry.
Okay. Other comments on?
I think there's a grammar thing in the board. We support the board's efforts maybe to explore statewide.
Where are you?
In the first bullet. Right now it reads, the city supports the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board to explore a statewide minimum ... There's a word missing, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How about the city supports the task, supports exploring a statewide minimum building code?
Yeah, I think that is the entity that is involved. I think that's the only entity that's exploring that. So I'm not sure. I think it makes sense to. What do you think? Yeah. Okay. Other comments?
I just have one. It's so the bullet point 2, so the added, so we're saying that we support wildfire mitigation funding for local communities in the plains areas to establish and maintain risk reduction measures on public lands. And it says including other climate change adaptation strategies such as restoration of native habitats. My recommendation is that we do not include the word other, that you can say including climate change adaptation strategies. It makes an assumption, and given that there are lawsuits pending, it makes an assumption of causation of the Marshall Fire, and I don't think that we should put that in there.
The causation being climate change as opposed to, yeah. Josh, you suggested the language. Does that make?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine with me.
Okay. Other comments about that? Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
Sorry, about this section as a whole or that sentence? Are you okay with just this section as a whole? Making comments? Is that what you're saying?
I want to stick on the bullet
That
for
sentence?
just a-
Okay, go ahead.
a comment.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. Again, and maybe my vocabulary may be limited. Is it adaptation or adaptation?
Adaptation.
Yeah, you're right.
Usually,
I'm sorry, I'm misreading the word. You're right.
it should be
Oh, wait,
adaptation.
Adaptation is what it says.
Oh,
Is
sorry.
it adaptation?
It should be adaptation.
Okay, yeah, all right. That was what I was confused about. I thought you were throwing in another.
Sorry.
You were teaching us, Josh, and
I just dictionaried adaptation. It's another word for adaptation. So both are right.
so, and the only other thing I would say is I'm not sure we need to give examples. I would just stop at strategies. Rather than say such as. I think, and the reason for that is this is, and this is something I'll probably say a couple of times on some of the others, is I don't think we need to be too specific on this. I think we can be too specific, and what do you? But I presume that there's the reason for the language in there. So.
Yeah, I think it's also fine to take out the example.
Okay. All right. Now, Councilmember Hamilton, do you have some other?
Yeah, I was just going to say in this section, the bullet point that was added, support programs for affordable insurance for those of less means, responses to the suggestion of just making it support programs for affordable insurance, so that it's for everyone,
I like that, but thoughts? Is that okay? Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I think it duplicates a little bit the preceding two bullets that deal with access to insurance and public insurance to address availability. I think all three of those are sort of driving at essentially the same point.
Can we,
I think the others were actually about access, because some homes can potentially not have insurance. The last bullet point is specifically addressing affordability, so I do think they actually are two different things.
That's a fair point.
okay. Any other comments about that part? I've got one picky comment on the last bullet, which is that we're missing an Oxford comma after businesses. And you know how I feel about Oxford commas, or if you don't, I can school you. I'm getting punchy. And then maybe a comma after without these standards, comma, there is no FEMA reimbursement policy, if that's. I didn't say a comma after standards.
Yeah, right, you don't need a comma after standards. I had one little question about this bullet point. Is this just a level of contamination irregardless of the source of the contamination? I wasn't clear, like, or is it contamination from a wildfire, or does that matter, or I don't know.
I think it's from an incident. It doesn't necessarily mean wildfire.
I agree. When we put this in, we had the fire in mind. I think based on what I've heard from the council, it's likely council would support any regulation around this, knowing that there can be a variety of types of incidents.
Anything else in that section? Okay. Tax and finance policy.
The changes in blue and red are from our discussion from December 17th, so. We're all okay with that. And then there's two additional bullet points added from Councilmember Cooperman.
Councilmember Hamilton.
You have a question for Councilmember Cooperman. Can you help me understand that last bullet point? The intentions or hopes behind adding that one?
Sure. So first of all, in the message I sent to staff, in that bullet point in particular, I wasn't necessarily trying to set exact language, just trying to put forward an idea. But you know, the idea is basically that, you know, if the state or whoever is setting taxes or setting policies, that they should do so in an equitable way. So, so like, for instance, like a regressive tax, I would not consider to be equitable.
So the second to last point that you added, the city supports, where you suggested that be added, supports state tax and financial policies and structures that speed the transition away from fossil fuels. I think there should be something in there, if we're going to have this, that's something about financial, like policies that are incentive policies, so that we're not saying that the city supports punishing people, but that we support, you know, helping people. Or I just don't like the idea that it's left open so it can be penalized or incentivized. I think it should be more as like an incentive thing, and that should be what we're stating that we do support, so that if the state's passing some stuff and it's like, well, we're going to start, charging people who, can not even afford to replace a furnace an extra $100 a month if they don't replace it. I don't know that the city's in favor of doing that to our residents, but if we're saying, hey, we're going to incentivize you with a $100 reduction if you move to this, then I would say, yeah, the city's probably fully in support of that. So I'm not sure how we want to word that, where we want to put that in, but I'm thinking that instead of just leaving it as a positive or a negative, that it's incentives.
Josh, thoughts?
I mean, we could just say incentivizes the transition away from fossil fuels.
Well, that could still be
instead of
penalties.
speed. What?
That could still be penalties, though, to incentivize. See what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You could charge people more money, and I just don't know that the city as a whole supports that in doing that to extremely low-income families, because that would apply to them as well. But I think that, yes, definitely incentivizing through, I just don't know how to say it. I don't know how to word the language to make it sound without there being supportive penalties for people, so.
I don't know if that works for you.
I can't, so I'm so sorry. Wait.
State tax and financial policies and incentives that speed the transition from. So just replace structures with incentives.
Yeah, thank you. I think that sounds better. Does that seem more positive to, more incentivizing to everybody who, rather than saying, we don't mind penalizing you? Finding my glasses.
Councilmember Hamilton.
I think it might more clearly express your sentiment if we also deleted policies. The city supports state tax and financial incentives that speed. Just to be clear what we're talking about. And I guess we have to get rid of the and also.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
we are talking about a legislative agenda, so
Right.
probably talking about financial policies maybe a little bit far afield, but what do you, and I think I probably would suggest taking out state.
Oh, just
Again,
tax? Yeah.
Yeah, it's broader than that, for purposes, of some of the work we do on
Yeah.
metro mayors and stuff. It's federal as well. All right. Any other thoughts about that particular bullet? Let's revisit the last one. Excuse me. We've already talked about policies. I'm uncomfortable with this because I think I've just, over many, many years, found that equitable, when you're talking about equitable tax structures, I think there's a lot of people that believe flat taxes are equitable, right? And I know from what you said, that's not what you're talking about. And to say the city supports progressive tax structures, I don't know that gets us very far. I'm not sure there's any, there certainly is sentiment in the legislature that, among a few, that regressive taxes are better, or we should do away with progressive taxes. But I'm not sure I guess I'm not convinced this should be added. But I'm interested in what others have to say about that.
I'll just reiterate, I didn't necessarily intend this as a bullet point. It was more as a, again, looking at this particular section through the lens of DEI, as a suggestion for, what we might think about adding or editing.
I'll say I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I also think that really any tax change that makes our system less flat and more progressive is going to require voter approval anyway.
Right.
And so putting it on our legislative agenda powerful as we all are, we would have to sway the populace of the state of Colorado.
Thoughts? Any further thoughts on that? Okay. Strike it? Consensus?
That's fine.
Not necessarily assent of everybody, but, okay, let's, unless there's other questions about tax and finance policy. I do want to say I appreciate the thought about including DEI, because we did talk about that. And I appreciate throughout this, I've seen those changes, and I appreciate your making them or suggesting them. Municipal administrative services. Looks like, Josh, you made a suggested change, and it looks like
And I may have
another one too.
rewritten that a little bit from what you sent, so if it doesn't quite capture it.
So that change, the given the expense, is that is that Councilmember Hefner's suggestion, or is that, I'm looking at the addendum on the second bullet. Oh, wait, I'm
What?
sorry. Never mind. On the addendum, it just shows as an addition, and on the packet one, it just shows it included, I think, right? Is there some difference?
I think this is the one that's in the addendum, so.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it's in the packet too, I think. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure if I was missing something. Yes.
Can you turn on your microphone?
I'm wondering if in the last sentence we should eliminate the word state again.
Good catch. Hamilton.
Thank you. Also, in the last bullet point, I like the direction it's headed. I would, in my ideal world, have it more broad than non-native, non-English speaking residents, because there are other ways we communicate them verbally. So what my take, and I'm curious what Councilmember Cooperman thinks, but my takeaway from this is just making sure that there's accessibility across the board. And do you want to narrow it to non-English speakers, or just have it be more broad?
Better serve communication or access for all residents?
Yeah, because I'm thinking sign language and other things as well is not encompassed in that specific text. Thoughts, Cooperman?
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine with me. This is another place where it was more, it wasn't necessarily trying to put down exact language, but was just trying to make a suggestion around how we might sort of expand some of the stuff in here, particularly sort of drawing inspiration from the second bullet point and sort of what that doesn't cover. So be happy to expand it further. Do you want to suggest your language again, or?
I don't have a specific, I have a hard time doing it from the dais, but someone else can speak up.
I don't know, we could say, this may not entirely capture it, but it may get there. The city supports funding for municipalities to help better serve all residents.
You could say all residents regardless of ability.
Yeah, or regardless of, I don't even know the ability is that doesn't quite capture it either, because that suggests that people who are not speaking English are not, able.
So I will say technically ASL is a separate language from English. So someone who speaks ASL is a non-English speaker.
I think that's right. I think the languages that you've suggested is fine with the striking of state. Anybody strong feelings? Why don't we leave it? I mean, add that sentence without the word state.
I don't want to kill it to death, but if we could get rid of residents and change it to speakers, non-English speakers. In case you just work here.
Good catch.
So under public health and safety, Councilmember Cooperman would like some additional language, and I didn't quite know how to capture it, so I'll let him speak for himself.
Oh, the add additional aspects?
Yeah, so I didn't try to write any additional language, but I just felt reading this section, the introductory sentence, basically just speaks to law enforcement and municipal court policies, whereas I feel like public health and safety is considerably more than that. And so I was kind of curious, why do we only mention those two? Not that we shouldn't, but that there are lots of other things we could mention in that introduction. And I don't know, I mean, because there's so much you could put there, I also was a little bit unsure about what to put.
My bet is that part of the genesis of that is that we don't, as a city, handle public health. So when we think of public health and safety, we're usually thinking about, for better or worse, about those policies, but that's not, it affects open space. It does affect other parts of our community.
Can we just add some things to that list, like public health initiatives, emergency preparedness, maybe?
Yep. Go ahead.
What would you think about doing the opposite and actually removing law enforcement and municipal court and just saying the city supports policies that ensure public health and safety?
That's fine with me.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Elegant. All right. There's the other change.
Yeah, in bullet 3, there's a, and again, this isn't exactly what Councilmember Cooperman submitted. I was trying to take your sentence and fit it in. So we added defendants along to victims being protected in court.
I think that's a good add.
I think it's okay. I would add the public to that. I mean, I would say victims, defendants, and the public are adequately protected. So I think it's really everybody on that. Thoughts? Josh? Okay. All right. Any more changes, thoughts about public health and safety? Those are good changes, I think. Energy environment.
So the change in red is from December, and then the changes in green are suggestions from Councilmember Cooperman, and I included his links to additional information in case you guys want to look at those. We'd obviously take that out.
I have a minor quibble with the red language. Just, are we preserving the air quality or improving it? Or are we improving the preservation? I'm confused about.
I do think that the intention was to preserve the improvements, though I think that's something that we can adjust as council sees fit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think somewhere, Josh, you probably added this, something about the severe ozone non-attainment, like we're in severe non-attainment for certain air pollutants. I don't think it's just about preserving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down the second to last
Right.
bullet, I think, is.
But I mean, I think in that, I don't know which bullet point is, the upper one, right, the city supports improvement of air quality, renewable energy production, and emission reductions, maybe.
I think that captures it, I think. With an Oxford comma after production. Let's go down to the I think that thanks for the language on the third to last bullet. I think that's good. Yeah, Councilmember Hamilton.
On that one, the first time I read it, I got a little confused because it says increase greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So can we just say reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Is that,
Increased consistency.
I mean, I don't even know if we need increase in there. We just want to reduce greenhouse gas reductions and we want consistency for builders throughout the region. Is that?
Striking.
I agree.
The word
Strike,
increase.
yeah, because it just,
It's a double negative almost.
Kind of.
I had to read it a few times.
I do, sorry, I don't know how much this I want to do, but when you're doing building codes, you're not reducing greenhouse gas emissions because you're building something new. You're essentially limiting new greenhouse gas emissions. You're reducing emissions at the margin. It's not a net decrease because you're building a new building. That's it, I'm sorry.
Josh?
I mean, it's true. There was, I thought that the language we had there was a little bit unclear, and so I just tried to clean it up mostly. So
Look at the, let's see.
Could we just leave the first line without the detailed additional explanation?
Approach to the implementation.
that could be fine too.
I think most people understand what energy efficient building codes kind of means. It's more like a detailed explanation of that about the greenhouse gas emission reductions. I think we probably don't even have to put it in, but yeah, if you guys are good with it.
How about the change that the city supports a regional approach to the implementation of energy efficient building codes? Is energy efficient hyphenated? I'll leave that to you. I'm just not going to create a lot of energy around that. I'll take my Oxford commas and be satisfied. I guess on the next one, any comments, thoughts about that?
Assume you want to remove state again?
Yeah. Is there a way for us to state it in the affirmative? This read as like almost like an aggressive tone to me. I was thinking more that the city does support like actions that effectively address the support of the Clean Air Act. Not necessarily like specifically addressing the metro region's violations, and they're going to do it in a timely manner. So more as just saying, yeah, like as a city, we support, any legislation or any actions that come up to support the Clean Air Act.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely open to changes. I think part of the motivation for the language is that, right, our region has been in violation of these standards for so long, and we have tried to make adjustments, and they have failed. So that's kind of where the timely manner came in as one idea for the language. Like, I just feel like we need to do something more aggressive than what we have been doing because what we've been doing is not working.
I agree with you, Councilmember Cooperman, on that. I think the violations of Clean Air Act, it's almost a, kind of it's a pretty well-used, well-worn phrase for the last 40 years. So in some form or another, I think I would say Metro Denver region.
Clean Air Act, maybe, or.
I think it's implied, but, and probably, I know you put this in there for council to look at, but probably the parenthetical can go. Thank you for including it. The last bullet.
That one, I assumed you wanted to leave state in that one because it's specific to the state doing something.
I like that. It was a good ad.
Are you talking about the second to last or the last bullet?
The last.
The last bullet, sorry.
There is also federal law that preempts state pesticide regulations.
I don't know. I'm thinking this one over. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable without. I mean, you've included information, I know.
Could it
One
be?
thing that I have a concern about, I guess, is just, again, let's assume that that preemption, state preemption of local pesticide regulations happens. That could mean that it falls to us. That is a huge potential burden. I think there are I think we know, or we have an idea because of previous discussions of the kinds of regulations we would like to be able to make. We'd like to be able to prohibit people from certain kind. I mean, we haven't had that. A part of it is we haven't had that discussion on council that I remember Councilmember Hamilton suggesting we put on for future agenda items. So I'm just wondering what the unintended consequences of that could be. It's not that I think it's a good thing for us to be able to say, don't use these pesticides. I think that's, frankly, a good thing to be able to have the power to do that, and it's frustrating not to. But the whole regulation of pesticides, I worry about.
What if we said that the city supports, not the repeal it, but supports local control of pesticide regulations?
That's even more of a, I mean, that's about the same thing. I mean, I don't want control of pesticide regulations, and I'm sure that the chief of police doesn't want that.
Restrictions instead of regulations, just restrictions maybe, the word restrictions? So that we can locally support and choose what we would want to limit or not limit in pesticides?
Maybe, thoughts, Councilmember Hamilton?
I mean, I appreciate what we're trying to get at with this bullet point. I could also be convinced that some of our earlier text regarding home rule and local authority could also capture this. The way it's read right now, I could see someone coming up and saying, well, not every community's gonna rule it the same way. So are you saying you're okay with this community going this extreme and that community going that extreme? So I'm actually fine just striking it because I think it's encompassed in our home rule charter text earlier.
Yeah, I think that actually makes some sense. and remember how we're using, the point of this is to be able to use it to make reasonable decisions about what we can take positions on and not. And I think if we're faced in one of our committees with, gee, we ought to be able to prohibit use of pesticides that, make prairie dogs bleed from the inside out or potentially harm raptors in the food chain, I think what Councilmember Hamilton just suggested is going to get you there. What do you think?
Do you want to just scroll up to the home rule section for a moment?
Were you trying to make more of a comment about pesticide use within that environmental thing? Is that was your point versus regulation specifically?
So last year there was a bill which failed, and a few years ago there was a similar bill which failed, which would have let, I don't know the exact details, but would have let communities say like, well, no, you can't use that particular pesticide here. The way that I wrote it is, it has those issues that the mayor was pointing out. So there might be a way to make it more detailed and reflect exactly what those bills were trying to get at, which would take some more work, I think. But yeah, that was where I was coming from.
I like that idea, but I agree it's going to take a little more crafting because I think that is a general sentiment.
Yeah. In the absence of time to craft it, I think, we go up to the home rule, let's take a look at that. You could add after sales tax, specific, pesticide prohibitions, but I think the et cetera probably includes that. Yeah. I think all of us sitting around right now have a common understanding. We may want to revisit that in future time, but I think everybody's intention on that is pretty clear. Anything else on that section? All right. I'd like to say we're pretty close. We're not too far. Clearly more than halfway. Transportation. Thoughts about this section?
I just have one, which is I would say the bit about the rail stop in Louisville even more forcefully than we strongly support it. Like, there darn well better be a stop here.
I have to say, that line put like the biggest smile on my face, and I out loud, I think, chuckled. My husband heard me, and he's like, "What are you reading?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, this is like I never even thought, as bold as I am, I didn't think of adding something like this, and I totally love it."
The last sentence in green there.
Yeah, the last addition.
I don't have language, so I would just say something stronger than strongly supports. We believe it's critical to have a stop in Louisville.
The city expects.
Expects.
Demands.
I would not say along. I would not say along with these rail services because they're two very different things. And the train has left the station on Front Range Passenger Rail. We're not on it. We're not included. We're not going to get that. It's the commute.
That could come here.
We're talking about the Northwest Red Line, the detention commuter rail.
Mayor, I might actually advocate to leave it a little bit more general. While we don't have a primary stop, there could be some advocacy in the future for secondary stops. So I think I would advocate to just keep a stop in Louisville on the list and don't limit yourselves to what line. You can leave it along both rail lines, or you can just generalize it to rail line and not specify. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think I would feel more comfortable with that. I'm really reacting to it as a function of the Northwest mayors and county commissioners' discussions about this, trying to be really clear. The thing that we really want is a stop. And I mean, if for some reason Front Range Rail were to change, I guess, maybe we would be, we certainly would be interested in that. I think that's probably a long
Hasn't Broomfield
shot.
been pushing hard on that too, Chris?
Hmm?
Hasn't Broomfield been pushing pretty hard to get something between Boulder and Denver? And Broomfield's been pushing, and it's almost like that stop around Flatiron, which is like Louisville. Broomfield stop is
Yeah, but it's not on the, it's not on the plan. I mean, I think the change that was suggested there is fine. The inclusion of a stop in Louisville, fulfilling the much delayed obligation, however we get there. And it does leave open the possibility if, hell freezes over and they change Front Range Rail and we happen to be magically placed on there, great. Come on, somebody on council has said hell freezing over before, haven't they? Come on, somewhere. All right, does that work for people? The language that is there? Okay. All right. Anything else about transportation? If not, we can go on to utilities, telecommunications, and broadband. My bet, I think I want to do it under the last bullet because I think the word, I'm just going to raise it, requiring. Is that what we want to say there? Or do we want to say something along the lines that we were talking about when we were...
Like encouraging instead of requiring?
Yeah. Encouraging utility? I don't know. One member of council does a lot of work with utility regulation.
That's a horse that's left the barn. The state has required it, so.
Okay. Well then.
So we just support the state requirements then?
So does it add anything now that we're already requiring it?
I mean, they can require utilities to do it even more, so that work, there's going to be a bill this year.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. I don't love requiring either, but.
Well, that's the reason I raised it, just because it usually comes up.
What if it was just supports efforts of utilities or like supports the efforts of the utilities to generate more and just doesn't say requiring any other additive? It just supports the effort to do it.
Yeah.
Well, but that's sort of an encouragement of the utilities. I think this is
What about
geared toward legislation.
What about we support state efforts to generate more electricity renewably? We'll just leave silent who's going to do it or who's going to require it.
Josh? I shouldn't say, it's Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, that could work. Sure.
Support state efforts to generate more electricity.
'Cause I honestly don't think we care whether they do it by requiring it or some other way. Cajoling.
Did you honestly suggest the word cajoling be placed in the legislative agenda? I think we're going to move on, unless people have any more concerns about that one. All right.
So the section highlighted in yellow under the land use is section Councilmember Hefner suggested, and I missed in the previous in the edition that's in the packet. So
And I'll just give a quick plug. I tried to write something that is pretty close to being pulled out of our housing plan, and trying to address the issue a little more squarely than our commitment to managed growth.
Wait a second. Okay, is this, now I'm just a little bit confused mostly because I'm tired. This is language that is only on your slide, right? Not on
it's in
the,
the addendum that was sent out. Yeah.
yeah, boy. Okay. I think I may be looking at the wrong thing. All right. Cars housing market. Pace. So, I mean, it looks good to me. Anybody on that first opening paragraph, the suggestions, I think is a good. Is there some reason that that you suggest? I gather you suggested cutting those first two sentences, right?
Yes.
Why?
Is there a reason for cutting? I mean, what's the reason for cutting the first? I get the second one, but
The first one is just more of a tone thing. To me, managed growth that's NIMBY. That's a code.
Oh, yeah, to don't have growth, period, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
like we're gonna manage
Yeah.
it down to the
Yeah.
level of basically zero.
Right.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But I like the
Councilmember Coburn.
sentence, though, that the city believes strongly that local control and land use planning enhance our ability to meet the goals and missions of the city's comprehensive plan. We don't necessarily have to have and improve the overall quality of life, because that could also be part of that code. But I still like the fact that we're talking about the local control and meeting the goals of the comp plan, which is something that our residents actually request, right? Like that's their suggestions and their ideas, and it's the implementation and that we put into place. So I like the second sentence.
I think it's different. I mean, I think it's very different than I mean, I think the second sentence, when we're starting to talk a lot and emphasize local control, that is code. That's code for exclusionary housing and exclusionary zoning and kind of the same old, which is not consistent, frankly, even with, well, these are discussions that are going to grow more exciting during the spring, but.
Let me just give a quick example, which
Yeah.
is the land use bills from last session were preempting local control. The transit-oriented development, the ADUs, I think we should be supporting that kind of thing that says housing is a regional and statewide problem, not a municipality problem exclusively. I mean, there are parts of it that are a problem, but there are parts of it that we exist in a much broader regional context, and we cannot sort of solve it on our own, and we cannot have all of these individual municipalities each trying to set up their own regime. There are things that are bigger than us. So that's why I just want to be clear why I think it should be struck, and I'm not trying to hide the ball.
So that just like that kind of goes against what the consistency in the Denver region has been with like the Denver Regional Council of Governments, for example. They support pretty much all the legislation that puts all the control back with the municipalities to make the choices that are right for their communities instead of having the mandates come from the state. And mandates that might pull funding and mandates that we can't meet. Like, I mean, there are some small towns, like take Edgewater, for example. It's so big, like to try to put a mandate that would work for like the city of Boulder on Edgewater or Louisville would not be practical. So this is, I guess what the point is that keeping that local control allows you to decide how you do that versus saying, okay, well, the only thing we can do is get rid of, our parks and turn it into housing in order to meet a mandate. The local control piece of this, I think, is being supported throughout the region instead of the state mandates on that.
I think that's captured. I'm not sure. I certainly don't. I don't entirely agree with Councilmember Hefner's view about supporting the state's preemption of local control on all the way down the line. I think we have pretty.
Just I don't either. I mean, not on every topic. I don't think it's a bright line issue. That local control is always good, and state law is always bad.
Well, and I think the language that you have there, it talks about coordinated state and local solutions. I don't think it's not ceding our land use authority, and it's not suggesting we're wanting to give that up or give that away. I think there is the challenge with the first two sentences that they really code something very different than I think the community is heading. I do not believe that is a view that everybody shares in Louisville. But I do think that's something that we on council have supported, certainly through the housing plan. So, yeah. I like your language, the way you've said it. I think it's a good thing. Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
Just to bring up a different concern or perspective on the first two sentences. I also like the language that you've added. It's very specific to housing, and I'm just wondering, the first two sentences, which I do think have issues, are more generally about land use. And I'm just wondering, do we want to have a statement that's pretty much only about housing and then, about revitalization in the next sentence? Or do we want to have some statement that also has something more general about land use and development?
Very good point, because we have entirely cut out a more general statement about land use.
I can live with the second sentence that's been struck if we get rid of local control and we just say the city believes land use planning enhances our ability to meet our goals. So I don't think anybody would quarrel that some measure of land use planning is a good idea.
Why do you not like the local control piece, though?
Because I think local control got us into the situation that we're in now with skyrocketing home prices. I honestly do. I think it's the exclusionary zoning piece that we're caught in a sort of a war of attrition against our neighbors to, stop new housing development.
Okay. But local control might also help get us out of that.
Yeah, I mean.
But I like it just so that there is a land use point, and we kind of reference the comprehensive plan, which we put a lot of work into, and just remove the local control.
Yeah, I mean, part of this is an introductory statement. I don't know that we need to be, frankly, I don't know that we need to really talk about the comprehensive plan. I think it's part of everything we do anyway. I've gone back and forth on this a little bit. I think local control at some level and local, I think that's one of the two things we do. We do land use, we do budgeting, and we, obviously things that fall under that. I guess it would be good to have, I think it would be good to have some reference to local control. The problem with here is that it believes strongly that, local control is the be all and end all. And
the thing I'm trying to avoid is having a policy statement that would put us in a position of opposing something like the ADU bill, which I think most of us received, somewhat favorably. Right, and that's not local control. That's the state government saying you don't get to decide.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would disagree that that's the way we had to go to get it done. Personally, so I think the fact that it happened is reality. It isn't the worst thing that could have occurred. I think, what was it, what was the bill, 213 was horrible.
Yeah.
And, and it really preempted local control of a whole bunch of things. So I think it's still the presumption. I don't think the presumption is we ought to give up local control. I think that's what I'm understanding you're saying.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't think we should have a hard and fast test that it's local control is best no matter what. I think there's a lot of things that aren't local problems, like state highways and national defense and clean air and clean water. And I think one of the things I personally have taken away from the last decade is that housing is a little bit more of a regional problem than it is a local problem, and that local land use and zoning has, when you read the academic papers on this, they are pretty uniform in saying that local land use regulation is the key driver of housing unaffordability. And so I struggle with a little bit with saying we're pro-affordable housing, but also think it should be up to the municipalities. And I know we all have the best of intentions, but we live in a broader context.
Well, we're talking about us. I mean, we're not talking about other places or community. We're talking about us. I mean, and we're saying that, we do think that our residents and that our staff and our council can help make the best land use decisions for our community. Yeah. And so, I think, let's remove strongly. That maybe is maybe a little intense, but.
I mean, if we let's just say we take out strongly. I don't know that. I mean, this language is actually not. Maybe it accomplishes both what both of these concepts. It's believes that local control. It doesn't it enhance our ability to meet the goals, missions of the city's comprehensive plan. That's not a very particularly brash statement. If we limited it to that, I think keeping the improve the quality of life. The hope, I mean, part of the hope in the comprehensive plan is, isn't it, to, to suggest the ways that local control, that we can exercise our local control to do the kinds of things that you're talking about, which is to treat housing as a regional issue.
Well,
I mean,
I actually don't think you can.
Yeah, well,
'Cause you end up in a situation, right, where if we decide we're going to build all the affordable housing here and our neighbors don't, what situation does that leave us in? Right, I do want the state to impose it on our neighbors. I may not want them to impose it on us, but I want them to impose it on our neighbors, and I don't think you can have it both ways.
well, maybe that's true, but that's a very big policy statement, and it's a very big change from.
That's why my language says coordinated state and local solutions.
Well,
I mean, I do think there's an important role for us here. I just don't think it's a bright line situation.
I think on how it's limited to housing, though. I mean,
Right.
this part of the conversation started because Josh had suggested, gee, we're talking about land use here. I mean, that's one part of the statement, and it's excised from.
Let's keep land use planning.
So, right, so we're saying land use is local control. I mean, can you imagine if the state came in and said, you know what? You cannot have over X number of percent of your land that is for open space and parks because people can't live there. That's coming down from the state on a land use. Or would you like it to be local control to say, well, yeah, I mean, if we have 30% of our land in open space, we can keep that. That's what our voters wanted, and that's what the residents want. So that's where I think the local control piece of our land use is true to the city, is true to Louisville. And you're right, it is a coordinated solution with state and local for housing.
I'm struggling trying to get us through this so that we can go home at a reasonable hour and do what we need to do on the statement. We could strike land use from the whole thing and just deal with this as a statement of housing. And rely on the local control piece more generally. I mean, with respect, I don't think that it is this. I do not think that as a matter of representing the city, we want to cede local control to the state. That, I think, is actually a fundamental abandonment of an important role under the charter. That's my view. Maybe there's differing views on that, but I think that just as local control can lead to bad things, far more mischief is created by state mandates on land use. In housing, I think you've nailed it on housing. Land use is a whole huge subject, and I'm not willing to I think go down without a fight on that. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. In the Home Rule Charter section, we do specifically say that local problems are best addressed at a local level, and the current authority and the powers of the municipal governments, such as land use, zoning, blah, 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 blah. So it is addressed in earlier that we believe land use is a local. So I feel like we're circling around something we already
Stated.
agreed on earlier.
Yeah.
So we're just restating it in a land use and development section. That's what we're doing, basically.
Basically.
Yeah, I don't know that it's that easy to I don't want to say that expression. I'm not sure that solves it. I mean, I think a general section on land use, or excuse me, a general section on local control can help where we're talking about that pesticide issue. Land use is a huge, very broad term. It encompasses a whole bunch of things beyond housing, and I don't think I just can't see why we wouldn't discuss local control as being the default on those issues and call out housing separately and characterize it separately, which you've done.
That's fine with me to call it the default, whatever you want to, whatever your language is. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think restating it, I mean, like it was stated earlier, I think was Councilmember Hamilton's point, and so us restating it here is not an issue. We've already made the point. This is now clarifying or being specific in the land use and development section and restating it. So we said it once, there's no issue with saying it again, right? And in this, so if somebody were to come and like just take a look at this one section without going back to the home rule piece, they would be like, oh yeah, local control of land use. That makes sense. Okay, that's what they support.
So let's sort of finish off this part of the discussion if we can. I understand the point that you're making, Councilmember Hamilton. I think this is, and if this were not an absolutely critical issue that most of the municipalities have expressed a pretty strong view about, I might rest on that. This is a central part of what's likely to happen. This is actually, of all the things that we're talking about, the most likely one to come up. There will be, I haven't looked at all of the legislative measures that have been proposed, but the big fights that will happen are going to be over primarily housing. I think it's not so much land use. And I think the thing I really liked about what Councilmember Hefner did was I think you nailed it on the housing. I think we don't need to negotiate the rest of land use policy to cover this piece, and I think it's too big a change to cut it out. So let me make a suggestion, just a second, on that. I think cutting out the first sentence makes sense. It's just the second sentence. We could just trying to think whether it's something to the effect of the city believes that local control of land use planning should be the starting point of the city believes local control should be the starting point for land use planning decisions in Louisville. How's that?
Yeah, starting point is okay with me.
How did say that again? The city supports what?
The city believes that local control should be the starting point of land use, what did I say? Planning and, land use planning.
To meet the goals?
I don't know, just period. We don't have to say in Louisville, we're stating a more general statement. But
What if we just said land use planning to, and just leave out enhance our ability and just say land use planning to meet the goals, mission of the city comprehensive plan?
Yeah, I think that's where, I mean, I'm trying to
Avoid putting
to
that in?
square the circle between various comments that I've heard here.
I'm fine either way.
Yeah, and if we,
So you're just trying to eliminate the mention of our comprehensive plan?
no, I'm just trying to simplify. I'm trying to simplify and address the, the concern. I'm trying to satisfy everybody on the council, and I'm not sure I'm going to do it.
Well, the comprehensive plan is our land use guide, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that we need to, I mean, there's a lot of different pieces that go into land use planning. I don't know that we need to say all of that when we're talking about a legislative agenda. I mean, all this
Oh,
is,
yeah.
you know what
That
I
we
mean?
just, like, basically the support of the local control for land use is that comment, right? I see what you're saying. Right.
That make, I mean, all right.
I mean, for that matter, like talking about housing market and that everything too has nothing to do with legislative things either.
Well, no, it does. It does. No, I mean, I think it's important to say that because that's the predicate for some of the things that we're going to be doing on housing that we've already said we're going to be doing. So I think I saw Councilmember Hamilton giving a tentative thumbs up. Maybe it was more than tentative, a tired thumbs up. But are people comfortable, or at least not too uncomfortable, with the language in the first paragraph as we now have it?
Thank you for the thoughtful edits.
Yeah, thumbs up.
That Colorado housing market has not kept pace with the demand created by, I mean, if we're trying to simplify, why are we giving an explanation? We're just saying the challenge. The previous sentence basically just describes in detail the challenge. So the challenge of housing affordability and supply require coordinated state and local solutions, rather than going on and saying Colorado housing market has not kept pace with demand created by employment growth and pressures leading to the increased housing costs. We can eliminate the explanation of and just say the challenges of housing affordability and supply require coordinated state, because there is your legislative piece instead of the detail explanation piece that we're eliminating throughout the whole thing. It's commentary instead of like statement on legislative things.
What do you think, Councilmember?
To me, the commentary is important because it's the setup for what our housing plan says the solution is, which is you have to add more supply, not you have to regulate more developers or give more housing vouchers or, right? Our housing plan says we have a real supply problem, not some other kind of problem. And maybe there's a different way of writing that, but to me,
So the challenges of housing supply and affordability, or you have there, the challenges of housing affordability and supply. You stated it, the supply is an issue.
Sure, yeah, I mean, if you have an edit, I'm happy to.
If you eliminate I mean, that's not a bad edit. I think I mean, it's the second sentence of the insert that's the meat of the direction on legislative agenda. I understand why you included the first sentence as a explanation. This, again, is designed as a legislative agenda matter. I don't know that I think as far as messaging and looking forward to the messaging that we do on housing within Louisville, that's an important point. Is it an important point to, I don't know, to include that here?
I would, but I think we've talked about this for a long time. We could move it down and make it a bullet. Louisville believes.
Well, I mean, if it's in there, it should be in there. I'm not I'm not quarreling with that. Let me ask the question again. Up or down the way it's written? I'm fine with the way it's written right now. Okay. Others are thumbs up. Consensus, not agreement. Not full agreement. All right, the next,
Leave all the commentary in.
For the next, the second bullet point was suggested to be removed by both council members Cooperman and Hefner. So there's two choices there. Maybe they can arm wrestle and you can decide who gets which one. I don't know.
Somebody has a coin, I think they're both fine.
I'd go with the second one just for simplicity.
Yeah, but I would say affordable and attainable, not just affordable housing. We desperately need that. If we're going to bring in people who only make $60,000 a year, we need attainable, not just affordable housing for them.
Yeah, the only suggestion, I mean, I could go for either one, but do we want to, the city supports state and federal housing financing?
Just take out the state again.
Just funding.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, Meredith, if you scroll up just to show the previous, I mean, I think my impression was that the previous bullet point actually said exactly the opposite of what we intended to say, right? Because that was
The
why
statewide expansion.
I turned it around essentially.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, we'll pay for it to be in Colorado Springs, right?
all over the state.
That's a good point.
I myself like with the deletion of state, I prefer the formulation that Councilmember Hamilton came up with. I think we could include, you could include the triumvirate, the affordable, attainable, and workforce housing. I think all of those would be helpful in Louisville. I don't know that we have to choose one or the other here. I think I understand the point that you're making about we're just supporting the change for affordable housing. There's likely to be, I think, efforts, it's mostly cuts, avoiding, trying to avoid cuts in all kinds of housing expansion, but I don't know they're including all the kinds of different housing, all the kinds of missing middle and affordable housing is really doing us a disservice.
I like that expression, the missing middle, affordable and missing middle. That's
Well,
good.
missing middle is very much
It's a huge problem.
it's a big issue. What if we did that? How's that? Okay. Doesn't mean every
How
time
do
you
you
have
want that
to
to read?
advocate.
How do you want that to read?
I think you did it, didn't
what you
you?
want?
Supports increased funding for local governments, expansion of affordable. Is it local governments or local communities? Because we're not expanding it, we're facilitating the expansion. It's mostly private, it's almost all private. So how about that?
Good catch. Yeah.
Someday this will be on a video of how one community did draft from the dais. Query whether that's going to be a good instructive video or not. I'd like to think we're doing okay. We're almost done.
So there are 3 additional bullets at the bottom there added by Councilmember Cooperman.
I like them. How do you guys feel about us, sort of again on that, the first of the 3 green points, removing the example, the for instance, so just stopping with, because we all do support the consideration of environmental sustainability and land use and development policies, period.
I like that. What do you think? Jim? Thumbs up?
Yeah, I like that. And then in the second to last green bullet point, state and federal efforts to conserve open spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Or just, yeah, either add it or take away state.
The only thing that I am concerned about in that second to last bullet is the word conserve, because there are differing views within even open space folks about how much is conservation, what is it, conservation, I mean, preservation, there's, I don't want to get into loaded terms that we're going to get called out tomorrow by.
How about protect open spaces?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Didn't you mean conserve in like retain, not conserve as in conservancy, but like more as like in the retention, so the
well-
preservation, protecting it or whatever? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, more so. Mhm.
You're like, don't take away Rocky Mountain National Park, that kind of thing.
all right, whoa, are we done with that section?
Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
So the economic vitality and business development section was added by Councilmember Hefner.
And the ad was just to reflect that it's a priority on our work plan, and it seemed absent from our legislative agenda. I don't have any particular pride in any of these bullet points, so please feel free to edit at will. I just wanted to capture the concept.
I thought it was really good. Actually, most of the language is great. The one change that I would suggest is knock it out state in all of this. Because there, theoretically anyway, there are some federal efforts, at least for the next 2 weeks, that might be helpful. Is it? Oh, okay, you're right. Sorry. On the second bullet, in light of our earlier conversation, do we want to just end that at primary employers? I mean, I would suggest that, because I'm not sure we need that. Thumbs up? Okay. So, primary employers, period. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the purpose of the adjective primary?
It's really a term of art, primary employers. We don't have Rob here, but I can give you an example of a primary employer is one that let me look at my.
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe just not, because I think it's ironic that we literally just made a decision to not have targeted.
Yeah.
And now we're.
But primary employer is different. I mean, the textbook definition on Denver, let's see, this is from an economic, Denver South, is in simple terms, a primary employer is a business or industry that produces goods or services for statewide, national, or international markets. The goods or services are exported to customers outside the region, resulting in a stream of new dollars coming into the local economy and ultimately a distribution of wealth through wages paid to employees. So it really is that it's kind of an outward-facing industry, I think, our sort of space-related companies, I think, qualify in that area. I think like, is it Fresca? Is one of those kinds of employers, as opposed to like, I think probably a small brewery is not what we'd call a primary employer. It's not to say they're not important. But there are some people, certainly there are some people, there's a mayor who was on council who quarreled with using that term ever in what we ought to be attracting here. I think it's one pretty important kind of business that we are, in fact, trying to attract and retain. So I think that's what I would.
Would it be proper?
Help?
Would it be proper grammar if somehow that word primary was either italicized or in something, somehow noted so that it is people, when we or anyone were to read it, they understand there's a specific definition for primary employer, like so that they would do what you did basically and look it up, like what that means. It doesn't mean important or large or big. It has a very clear definition. Would that be helpful or grammatically correct?
The only reason I'd say no is that it's on the legislative agenda. It's a term of art that's going to be known to
All right.
folks who we're going to be trying to convince.
Okay.
I mean, in the past, I mean to take a swipe at anybody in particular, but I mean, I think the idea of actually going after and attracting and retaining, that was an issue of controversy on council, whether it was really worth focusing on that at all. And we're saying, it is. I mean, you could say attracting, expanding, and retaining. I mean, I think this language is fine the way it is, actually. Except for this strike. Other comments about other language in there? We often have changed economic development to economic vitality or whatnot. In that last bullet, is it worth considering economic vitality strategies, or are you comfortable with development? I don't have strong feelings about it, but
In the fourth bullet, there's another statement.
What was that?
In the fourth bullet, it says state workforce
I
development.
think it's struck.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we'll also make sure to do a double check, just so it's consistent, since we've been editing tonight.
What about any energy around, sounds like no energy around changing development, and that's fine.
But I don't care if you want to change it.
No, I'm fine leaving it the way it is. Any other comments about anything in the legislative agenda?
So there is one final item there in green. It was a suggestion from Councilmember Cooperman. I didn't quite come up with a title for it, so I don't know.
Councilmember Huffner, I just wanted to comment. Thank you for doing the work and adding in the economic vitality piece of this and the development and like the legislative, because you're right, it is a major component of our work plan that
Thank you.
supporting this, and I'm sorry that we all missed it and appreciate you doing that much
My
work.
only regret is not listing the targeted industries.
We could strike.
I aim for maximum hypocrisy.
I guess on the last one, I don't disagree with it. I think it's
I like it.
too specific. It's more specific than the other kind of topics that we have, and for that reason, I think it's more a question of whether it fits there or in another statement of support in some other context. That's just my own view. It's not.
I would suggest if you guys want to keep that bullet point in, we can figure out where to put it.
And if it's too detailed, I mean, is it too vague or broad to just say that the city supports state efforts concerning American Indian history and treaty rights in Colorado, rather than specifically stating addresses the recommendations of the Truth, Restoration, and Education Commission, but instead that we do support the state efforts concerning American Indian history and treaty rights in Colorado? So that it's everything. It's all topics and issues that come up around, and that we support, the efforts for the betterment for the Native American community.
That makes sense to me.
Yes, please. Member Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree that I like the intention behind this, and I think our residents as well. I do think it's too specific to subscribe to a particular commission and all their recommendations, which can change over time. But and there might be other commissions that aren't listed here or views that could be helpful. So just more generally stating a stance on this. The only thing with just saying the city supports state efforts is because that effort could be good or bad, right? I don't know. I mean, I assume it's going to be good and they're going to have good intentions, but I think we have to be specific, a little bit more specific in being general with this statement.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay.
I completely agree. So, supports the state efforts to improve issues or items, or to improve the concerns of the American Indian history and treaty rights in Colorado. So I'm trying to keep that in, but yeah.
I mean, apart from the specificity, the specificity concerns me because I think we're picking and choosing BIPOC. I don't know how to remedy that without either saying something so general that it just looks like virtue signaling, or making it so specific that we water everything down. This is really specific. It's unusual sort of which of these general topics is not like the other. This is a very specific, and I don't know that we've talked about any specific measure in this. I agree with Councilmember Hamilton. The intention is good. I think the placement of it here is just, maybe it's it's a mismatch.
It's almost like we're missing a human rights section or something. That would be a component of it, and have other statements of support of state legislation, supporting other human rights things or something.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic. Because
this is one of many, right? That we would support.
Yeah, if we could expand that, and suddenly we're going to have some interesting meetings.
Maybe that's an add-on as we have more time.
Yeah, I don't know. What do other people think? I've stated, I'm not going to.
It feels like a pretty sticky issue to me, especially, I think one of the core asks of this group is they would either like the land back or to be compensated for the value of the land. And that's a big conversation.
The federal conversation.
And to be fair, this population is not the only population of individuals who have had land taken away from them illegally. So again, I like the intention behind it. I am not quite certain that it fits into this document at this point in time.
It sounds as a consensus around removing this. I think
Very
this,
well intentioned, I have to admit, though.
yeah, I mean, I think, I'm thinking that this is something that we may want to come back to in another form, but maybe not in a legislative agenda. Is that, again, not agreement, just not unanimity, but a consensus? I think unless somebody has anything else on any other part of this statement that we have.
No, I believe you do need to take public comments, but I don't think there's anybody left online.
No,
We've
there's 0
worn out
attendees
our
at this point.
public. All right, well, but we have to
Ask.
offer anybody we have nobody in the gallery. We have nobody online at this point. So is, based on the changes that we have made tonight, is council comfortable with the legislative agenda as modified? I don't know that we need to do a motion on this. I think if we do, I want to make one because I don't want to let this moment pass.
You could do a motion.
I don't think, pardon me?
You could do a motion if you wanted to formalize it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll move that we accept as council the 2025 City of Louisville legislative agenda as modified during the course of our fulsome discussion this evening.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. And I think the next is City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report.
Okay, identification of future agenda items. All right, hearing none. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.